7 o'clock in St. Louis, and you are listening to The Morning After. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Welcome, friends. Doug, it's day for Game 5. You should be good to us tomorrow. You might not be, but you expect to be good to us?
I would expect that. I don't think I'll be much good to you today, not after a Cardinal rainout and the Blues all day.
Take it out of them.
Yeah. That's it? A rainout, and you just shut it down. You can't give me anything.
When I was a kid, there was nothing more depressing than having your Little League game rained out.
Yeah,
that was just a killer. Because you didn't get to play for another week, maybe. And now when the Cardinals get rained out, same sort of thing. I just have a hard time picking myself up by the bootstraps.
Wow. I wasn't prepared for this. I didn't know that rainout last night had you in this state of mind.
Well, a twin bill fixes a lot.
Oh, wow.
Let's play two.
Had your dauber down a little bit. Charlie Marlowe was tweeting out on Sunday, who's with me? Parents rooting for their kids' games to be rained out so you can watch the Blues game.
Oh, wow.
That's a very popular thing as your kids get, I'd say about 9, 10, 11, Tim, and they've got a lot of games. And it's a Saturday, and you're like, oh, crap. And you see a little bit of dark clouds on a Saturday morning, you're like, just bring it on.
Gosh.
No, not that I would deny the kids the opportunity to play sport, Doug.
No.
But there's some Saturdays you're like, oh, please, let's just shut her down. I'm kind of like Edmonds, Tim. Bang, BP.
Bang, BP. It's too hot out there.
He used to say that, Jackson. He would come in the clubhouse. We need to bang BP.
He's in his clubhouse. He wasn't talking to anybody in particular, just shouting it out to the clubhouse as if it would lead to. We are at a point, specifically, my older son has an 8:30 tilt, Doug, on Saturday. And seeing as Game 6 is Friday night, Martin, your source is telling you that it's trending toward likely, I want to emphasize this, likely being a later start, although we got one of the things we needed last night.
Is that the Carolina Devils?
Carolina winning in double overtime over the Devils, despite New Jersey leading 3-0 10 minutes into the game. They wound up losing in double overtime, so Carolina advances, and they will not need to play on Friday night. That since the Sundress Showdown in St. Louis on Friday night is going to be one of the greatest ponies in St. Louis history, we're just shipping out our children on Friday night so we can have bottle service at Wheelhouse and ideally spend the night over at Pink Slip. That's kind of
really
so therefore my son is not aware he has an 8:30 baseball game.
You're not telling him.
That's the key. No, Doug, that is the key.
Thank you, Martin.
When they start saying, well, I thought I had a game, you're like, no, the coach is sick. No, actually, I saw Billy at school and his dad's not sick. Well, that kid lies.
Don't you think he's going to talk to a teammate and then find out?
Doug, that may or may not have happened in the past. That's why my kids will not be all Metro.
Oh.
Or all CYC.
All CYC.
There's times
St. Gabriel's kids on there
Mommy
anyway.
and Daddy got to just take priority.
So that's the situation. Yeah, thank you very much. Because of the Sundress Showdown in St. Louis on Friday night for Game 6, expected to be one of the greatest ponies of all time, Mom and Dad are going to stay up all night, hit Pink Slip, hit Hollywood Nights, and then maybe, pull a Varsity Blues, and therefore there is no baseball game at 8:30 on Saturday morning. And I am up for Parent of the Year, and I'll be soliciting donations as we sell cookies.
You can't just pull an all-nighter? Or does the Pink Slip take that much out of you that you just can't continue?
Vermeil called it the pink tulip. Whenever he would refer to players getting in trouble, he said, I don't want anyone over at the pink tulip all night. And we would all say, what in the hell is the pink tulip? I think it's because it was PTs. He decided it was called the pink tulip.
I kind of like that. Maybe when Jackson starts changing text names tomorrow, somebody will be the pink tulip. Jackson, do you dread the first week of the month? Because I'll see you over there and you'll just be typing away.
I don't think dread is the right word. It certainly changes up what I do during the program. But dread, I wouldn't say, no. It's fine. It's good that people want names,
What if multiple people
productive.
ask for macho kisses? What are you going to do?
I assign it based on just general vibes. Maybe your text history,
Sounds like that was your text history.
Yeah, more likely.
Yeah.
General vibes is now off the table.
There's got to be consequences sometimes. Doug knows. It's all about discipline.
Discipline. Discipline is the thing.
Doug's pro blocking.
Yeah,
Blocking.
I'm a mute guy.
Oh, yeah.
Mute.
You can mute or you can block.
Okay.
Blocking feels a little better.
Now, Real Housewives of TMA star Sharon and Clayton leads things off this morning by saying the best solution to all these scheduling problems is do not have kids. Kids suck.
Oh.
Let's go Blues. Is that a T-shirt?
It's a new chant.
You could probably sell some T-shirts with that. Kids suck. Let's go Blues. Might work.
I mean, I'm telling you, she's going to be the star of the Real Housewives of TMA.
I think so.
There will be people that will tune in for her, pulling for her, and there'll be people who tune in, pulling against her, and that makes a star.
Someday I'm going to be a star. Well, I've talked to her a couple times at Blues games when I've seen her and her husband. Very pleasant, soft-spoken, very kind.
Turns
nice
it on
person.
for the cameras.
Yeah, really does. Lets it fly on the voicemails here, on the text messages.
Yeah, you can text in and join Sharon and Clayton, 314-399-9646. If you just have a phone number in there right now, 24 hours from now, Jackson will be typing away because people will want their names saved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. You can call in, talk it over with Chairman Kurt. Callier and Thompson, phone lines, 314-974-0101. You got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where friends gather and talk it over. 127 in there as I open it up this morning. Doug, the Bridgeton landfill fume huffers in there talking it over with Thrill Fan 22, who says the Cardinals are going to get a double rainout today. It's supposed to rain in Cincinnati.
No. So
Wow.
Can they play 3 on Thursday?
Boy, the old triple header.
Yeah.
But the players would be
You can
delighted.
start like at 9,
Yeah.
9, 2, and 7. I'm sure the players would be up for that.
I bet they would play a couple of games in an hour 45.
There'll be a couple
They would
1-0.
just sort of figure it out.
Players don't ask to be overpaid. They're not setting.
About that? Yeah, theoretically, you could just sal in all day if the Cardinals don't have the doubleheader rainout. You'd have the Cardinals, what is first pitch today? Like, I think it might be late morning in St. Louis.
11:40.
11:40. Twin Bill. And then settle in, Doug, and you've got Blues hockey, puck drop, 8:50.
Okay.
And 5 seconds is the over-under. 8:50 and 5 seconds, the over-under
But
for tonight's puck drop. Jackson uses the double national anthem theory to enhance it by 3 minutes, because otherwise it's usually 8:47. That's industry standard.
Yep.
They'll tell you it's 8:30, but we are honesty in media.
Okay.
It's 8:50. I mean, that's what I got to tell you.
I'll say 8:51.
Oh, God.
Doug's
I'm
going
going to
over.
go 8:49.
Martin's going under. Papers, you're hitting on this. You were on the heater on the spread zone with your college basketball picks going 15-1. This guy went 15-1.
I feel like a fish out of water here, but I'll go 8. I'll go 8:50 right in the button.
That's what Tim did.
I thought since
8:50 in 5 seconds.
Yeah.
How about 8:50 in 6 seconds?
No, I'll take 4 seconds.
Oh,
So he's going under.
Yeah, I'm taking it under just a little.
okay.
Is everybody on this program staying up for the whole thing tonight?
Yes.
No.
Pretty quick. That was
Well,
pretty quick.
Martin, your yes was pretty quick. Jackson, your no was pretty quick. Doug, I'm virtually certain you are a yes.
To stay up, of course. But
Chairman Kurt.
I'm not 7 years old. I can stay up till 11 o'clock at night if I want to.
You might be pushing 12.
I think 12 might be
That
live.
too.
Chairman Kurt.
Yeah, I'm in. It could go 6 overtimes. I won't miss a second.
yeah. Is there a cutoff, Doug? 1 a.m., they're still going.
See, at that point, you're pot committed.
You can't, but what can you...
You're talking about, I was watching the overtimes at Carolina and New Jersey last night. I mean, granted, it was an early game, but still, I'm watching
Had a
that.
little money on the game, or did you?
I did not. I had the overs on the East Coast baseball games last night because the wind was blowing out in all the venues, and I was handsomely rewarded. These are the things you have to know. You can pay attention to starting pitching matchups if you want, but I make picks, you make money. I make picks, you make money.
Okay.
No, I didn't see any of the King. I guess I saw a little bit of the Kings and Oilers. Boy, the Kings have to feel like, what the hell happened? They're an empty netter away from being up 3-1, and now they go back to Edmonton down 3-2. I got to tell you, I kind of like Edmonton being around. I like that star power. On the off chance that they're sitting around in the Western Conference Finals and the Blues get to the Western Conference Finals, Blues going up against McDavid and Draisaitl, that'd be a Jim Dandy. You know, so I kind of like the star power. To be the man, you got to beat the man. And baby, I am the man. Rolex time, 24 hours. Camera, it's been your pleasure. Nature Boy, Ric Flair,
Stop
Chase
that.
Park Plaza. Think about it.
And Doug, I don't know if we're allowed to like Canada anymore, but I kind of like when a Canadian team's in it.
I like that too, man.
Montreal, Toronto. I'm
What
good
about
with Edmonton.
how about the Chieftain? The Chieftain's got himself a little problem with
They're
Brady
in-
Tkachuk and company.
I saw Carlo Koliakvo, who played for the Blues. He hosts morning radio in Toronto, tweeting.
Does he really?
Yeah, tweeting, calm down. Like, this is not a Game 7 loss. They're still in good shape. I guess the Leafs fans are going a little bonkers.
Understandably. That's why I always thought of just like top pressure teams. It's always the Leafs until they win a cup. It's always the Leafs. But that column we had last week, it was the Jets. I would think it's the Leafs. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's crisis mode in Winnipeg if they are to lose tonight. But, yeah, the Leafs were up 3-0. Now, granted, there were some overtime wins to get up 3-0, but they lose last night. Heads back to Ottawa, and you could find yourself in a Game 7. I think Toronto, Martin, is 0-6 at home in their last 6 games when they have an opportunity to clinch a series. I believe that was the data I heard from Scott Van Pelt this morning on SVP Sports Center, which is at this moment the only sports center I can watch. Thank you.
It is a bit like Winnipeg, where that DNA, recent history, is going to be part of the narrative. They're going to hear about it. Do we have our Winnipeg guy today on the show?
Yes, we do.
Oh, the guy who was saying, I'll get to you, but first I've got my hot takes.
I believe there are 2 guys on the podcast. One of the guys is on, Jim Toth from the podcast yesterday. And either way, they both were in agreement that tonight is one of, if not the most important game in the Winnipeg Jets, the new version of, not the one that is currently playing in Utah after a stop in Arizona, the Winnipeg Jets Part 2, formerly the Atlanta Thrashers franchise history. This is it. Because the thought process is if they lose tonight, lose 3 in a row, these boys aren't going to escape St. Louis with a win. And the Sundress Showdown in St. Louis. And I bet they know about that in Winnipeg. They don't want to deal with the Sundress Showdown in St. Louis
They'd
down
be
3-2.
intimidated by that, by fans in sundresses?
That's right. Look it up.
Okay.
Scott Arneal wrote on their grease board yesterday, Doug, avoid the pony. That's all they put on the
Avoid
grease.
the pony.
That's all they talked about in practice.
The pony.
Okay.
Avoid the pony. So Jim Toth will be with us from that Winnipeg podcast where they're saying this is the most important game ever, actually.
History of
Winnipeg history.
mankind.
I caught myself going, hold on, when I go on Mike Greenberg, and I go, no, that's what they said. That's at 9:30. Jamie Rivers at 8:15. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 10:45. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And today is the last day to make yourself eligible for the April Listener of the Month on the morning after. You go to TMASTL.com. And then, Jackson, how are the 4 or 5 finalists that go to the Papal Conclave decided?
It's usually me just kind of picking it out, honestly.
Buck Swope might have to come after you.
If
for
you
it.
can provide a better alternative. Like, if you guys want to do 10 rounds of voting for this every month.
How about putting together a blue ribbon panel?
Yeah, what about a blue ribbon panel?
Okay, who would be on said
Producer
panel?
Joe's landing strip.
Producer Joe's landing strip?
Maybe just you,
Yeah,
so
see.
you can decide.
Yeah, there.
But call it a blue ribbon panel.
Okay, yeah. So this is the first year, the first month of the Blue Ribbon Panel.
Okay.
They'll decide the finalists, and then
See,
the
that's
finalists.
way more official.
Yeah,
Thank
there we
you
go.
for taking that step.
That's fair. Thank you, Doug, for working that through with me.
Sure.
And then that way I don't have to respond to your text that I often forget to respond to. With the
No,
Papal
you're still going to have to
Conclave.
vote. You're going to still have to vote.
Okay.
But this way, a more finalized grouping for the nominees.
Okay.
Okay.
Good
Well,
morning.
that's exciting.
My NHL playoff tradition for 8:30 starts is to fall asleep during the second period intermission, say a curse word, and see the score on my phone around 2 a.m. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
And we all just can't stay up one night. Now, one night during the playoffs, can we stay up a little late, past our bedtime? Come on, St. Louis, pull yourself up. Up by the bootstraps, I mean.
I mean, if you don't watch the game for 7 hours, you're not a diehard Cardinal fan.
There you go.
Who was that?
That was Natty Nate. Has he appeared? You know, we were celebrating the 6-month anniversary of TMA on 101 ESPN this week. And I don't know if Natty Nate has appeared on 101 ESPN.
I don't think so.
I don't think he has.
He's held Doug accountable for not going into work the day the Cardinals acquired Nolan Arenado, Martin.
Yeah.
He didn't go into work?
Well, I forget what the situation
It
was.
was a Friday.
It was my regular day off, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, it's part of that 3-week vacation.
That's
Vaughn
right.
always
Smart
talks
talked
about.
about.
Yeah, he was a Friday, and someone else broke into coverage. I think it might have
I
been
don't
Brooke.
think anyone broke into coverage.
No, that's the wrong word I'm using there. But
They
I
just
think it
had
was
it
Brooke
on the
covering
news.
it. Yeah, and he was upset that you didn't come in on your day off to break down the Arenado trade.
He did join us back in November.
He did?
Did he? Wow. How about
November
that
7th.
note, Chairman Kurt?
Yeah, in the annals
Got
of history
swooped
there.
over there.
Yeah, that was swooping.
All right.
Thank you, Chairman.
Mike Ryder had a great story the other day. He said that when Rick Venturi was doing the show here, was it Zach and the Coach? I believe Zach and the Coach. They had been trying to get Jon Gruden on, so it was related to our guest on Monday. And Ryder said, Venturi's friends with him, but it just wasn't working out. He said they spent several months trying to get him on the show. They finally have it lined up. They go to the commercial break. They're going to come back. Gruden's on hold. And during the break, Pujols signs with the Angels. And he said, we had to pivot. And he said, we told Coach, we're so sorry. And he said, and then we never got him on.
Oh,
So
he got big-footed.
it happens.
Can we get an update from that fat ass that's driving his minivan to Winnipeg? That's from Ray King. Doug, he called in yesterday at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
The listeners theorized that he hit a McDonald's in Kingdom City, ate 3/4 pounders, and decided to turn around and head back to St. Louis.
Yeah.
But it was a 16-hour drive from St. Louis to Winnipeg. He was taking the trip by himself. That turned off some of the listeners. He revealed he'd already stopped at a McDonald's. That further made the listeners curious, and now they're wondering if he's made it to Winnipeg for the festivities. And you texted the director for the Blues broadcast, Martin, Timmy Paps, friend of the program, to let him know where he's going to be sitting to try to get him on, because he's going to be wearing that red Blues sweater, which will stand out in the whiteout tonight in Winnipeg.
Well, I mentioned Tim's name. Tim is the producer of the pregame, the game, the postgame, and he texted in to me. I just said on the air, hey, you ought to put him on the air tomorrow night, and he texted 317 Retro Red, got it.
Boom.
Retro
You're
Red.
gonna see him on the telecast
So
tonight, Doug.
John Kelly will be looking for him
Yes.
during the broadcast.
All right.
I think it's great. Guy gets in
Sure.
the car, goes there. People are mean. Bottom line, people are mean.
He said he had a friend in North Dakota that he might stop and see. So
Grand Forks, was it?
I think so. So he probably spent the night there. And maybe he's getting back on the road right about now.
Poor fella. I'm like, call in, call. He calls in and he gets bleached. I'm like, just...
Has anybody ever called in and not been bleached?
I don't think so.
Yeah, that's
Chris Long didn't get bleached.
That's true. Jackson, are you still on a high from that?
Yes, that was awesome. That was really, really cool.
I'm
then
so
I saw
happy
your,
for you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
That's your guy. And then the other moment that I was happy for Jackson was when Dennis Gates was on the program and offered a scholarship. And Doug, we are now advancing the story.
Are we?
Because
Got the audio, I think.
yeah, Dennis Gates and Eli Drinkwitz were in town last night. Martin, what is the backstory here?
Well, Coach Gates did a little scrum. There was actually a lot of media there. I guess they're from Columbia, and they don't hear from the coaches often. There were honestly like 10 reporters. I thought I'd be the
I
only
didn't know
one
there were 10 reporters left in the industry.
Yeah, well, the whole state showed up. Gabe's guy was there, Gerard. Connor Mizzou in the house. And anyway, we had a scrum with Coach Gates, and I wanted to talk to him. There's somebody at Marquette that we both know that's really sick, and I didn't know if he knew the story. So we talked for a second after, and that was a more serious conversation. The event's playing out. It's at that Chicken and Pickle in St. Charles, which is huge. A lot of Mizzou fans. Chris Gervino hosting there. You had Coach Gates, Drinkwitz, the new women's basketball coach, Kelly Harper. So the event's playing out, and some of the coaches are just standing off to the side. So I went over to Gates and I said, hey, you remember when you came on the radio? Yes, sir. Yes, I do. And I said, would you just give me a little audio kind of making fun of Jackson for not accepting the scholarship. And he said, here, give me your phone. He said, let's do video. And I said,
Look at this guy.
Bang on. Bang
so
on.
he took my phone.
Hang on.
Took my phone and said, let's do it on video. And here it is, Papers.
Hey, Jackson, we're in the final stages of recruiting, buddy, and I'm still waiting on your commitment. I'm sitting here waiting. Time is ticking. It's running out. I need an answer, man. I need an answer ASAP.
Coach
Wow.
Gates, not happy with
Wow.
you. He's got 2 spots open, he told me. 2 spots left, and you're just dorking around.
You are dorking around.
I couldn't be. I'm there. I'm coming home, baby.
Oh, my God. He's a true son.
What's the offer in terms of NIL money?
None.
No, yeah, no.
Balances out the roster a little bit.
I might have to, my slight invoice might be coming my way. But I'll be there, baby. And you can give me, I'll take any number. Any number.
That's big of you.
Yeah.
You can give me any number.
Like a bat boy, I'll just take whatever you got.
There was a tweet that said, please, for the sake of the program, make it an honorary scholarship. Don't actually take up a spot, which I don't think is really in danger of happening. No offense to you, of course.
Yeah.
He is a real gentleman. He walks around when he shows up. Every reporter, every photographer, he walks over. How are you? How are you? Good to see you. He literally
Dennis
walks.
Gates does it?
Yeah, each photographer, each reporter shakes their hand, walks around and says, he really is a true gentleman.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think he would play. I didn't know how he would react. I don't know him. And, I mean, I've been around him a little bit, but I said, hey, you think it'd be funny? And he said, here, give me that phone. And he was all in.
Yeah.
Look at that.
He's got it figured out. That really helps to get positive coverage when you make friends of the people that cover you.
Yeah. Taller than he looks, too. You see him standing next to a bunch of basketball players. I mean, he looks tall, but when you see him in person, you're like, oh, he's like 6'3", 6'4". He's really tall.
Friend of the show?
Yeah, I would say.
He's your coach now. You just accepted.
I'm whatever
They're
you
down
need.
to 1, Tim.
You going to go announce it on Power
You
Mizzou?
have a Mizzou hat you could put on?
I don't know if I own a Missouri. Yeah, I
You
think
don't
I
own a Missouri hat?
I think I do.
Dog, is this guy really a true son?
Gosh, I don't know.
I think I do. It's like a cardinal cap that has a Mizzou on the side.
Ooh, that doesn't play well on Tiger
no.
board.
Well, oils
sir.
of the soil.
What about a Royals hat with the Mizzou on the side? Can we say that?
Would never.
As a listener, you haven't made it on this show until you've been bleached. Bleach equals love. That's from Sharon and Clayton. So she feels like she's loved because she's told to drink bleach. Is he done?
Bleached. Yes, I see.
A Swing Haven board member says, Tim, this sundress pony on Friday night at Enterprise Center is a great way to start off the Derby weekend. That's from the Swing Haven board member, Doug. He's one of the listeners who sends in pictures of his wife. And she, of course, is a beautiful woman, as is all of the listeners' wives who send in their pictures of their wives to this program.
They simply cut and paste photos of models that they find on the internet, and we're supposed to believe they're married to these women.
I think the father of the gentleman who's driving in the minivan to Winnipeg is texting in. He's at his friend's, and he's not fat. He's 22. Proud Dad is the name of the texter.
Okay.
That's really nice.
Proud Dad.
He just sounded a little heavy set.
22. I didn't realize it was that young.
That's commitment.
Good on him.
Yeah.
Boy, going up to Winnipeg at 22, Han Solo. Look at him.
But you're not
Living
supposed to be
life.
driving a minivan when you're 22.
Why not?
That's mom's car.
If that's the car you have,
I guess.
Point
you
A,
make
point
do.
B.
Okay.
And you got all them wrappers from those quarter pounders. You got to have a place to toss them over your shoulder.
overflowing.
I don't think he brought up the fact he was stopping at McDonald's. I think Doug sort of suggested
but
it.
he agreed.
And then he agreed. But I think Doug
Right.
started the query.
I sniffed it out.
Yeah.
You could smell the fat on
Did a
him.
little Herb Humphreys investigating.
Good morning. My mother-in-law is taking a little longer than I'd like to finish my newest needlepoint belt, and I have a derby party this weekend I really need it for. How do I kindly prod her along? Doug, that's from Mr. Licks, who wants you to help prod his mother-in-law along to finish his needlepoint belt for the derby.
Maybe he could do a little of the needle pointing himself.
Oh, I don't think so. He went to St. Louis U High.
Oh. Well, I don't know what to tell him. Maybe suspenders.
You think suspenders is the look for
if
this
you can't
year?
get the belt you want, get suspenders.
Jackson, you going to a derby party at the Lake of the Ozarks?
Do those exist?
I'd love to go to the Derby.
I would
I've missed
too.
that. I've never been there. No.
That would be cool. But I wouldn't there's a lot of things I would go to before I would go to the Derby, Like, that's not like a bucket list item for me, is going to see the Kentucky Derby.
What is your bucket list sports item, Jackson Burkett? I mean, you had Chris Long on yesterday. That was a white whale. Dennis Gates is telling you he needs you to commit to the scholarship
That's
offer.
right. That's right.
What else is left out there for you?
Augusta,
Yeah. Dogwoods and Pines, Doug.
World Cup game, or honestly, like a soccer game in England, like a Premier League game. courtside and NBA game, and I've never sat right behind home plate at a baseball game, so I want to do that.
Green seats?
Yeah,
That one's doable.
Yeah, like right behind. Like I'm talking like the spot, like the one dead center, first row.
Where they see it all through the telecast.
Yeah, then you can
the
put
guy
it on your
behind the
Instagram.
umpire.
Well, I'm not looking necessarily to be seen. I just want to see the game.
Okay.
You could have
It's
done that a couple weeks
2025.
ago, but you had that golf round.
Yeah,
Didn't Dan Jansen want to take
It
you
was
to the
all
green seat?
inclusive.
Yeah, that was a
May
Champions
not
Club.
have
That
been.
wasn't.
Oh, not good enough for
Not
you.
good enough.
No, not at all.
Clearly.
Not at all.
Wants to sit right behind home, Tim, but doesn't want to be seen by
Yeah,
anyone.
it's
Right
interesting.
behind home.
Well, I don't care if I'm seen. That's not like the reason I want to.
You're not going to go full Nelly and high five Albert after a home run?
I would
Through the netting?
That sounds pretty awesome.
We could probably get you in the green seats. Remember we had the shirtless Hoosier last year.
Oh, yeah.
Shirtless Hoosier.
He rallied the squad to a huge win. That one's doable. Augusta. How about World Cup at Arrowhead next year?
Yeah. World Cup is coming to the States and Mexico and Canada. So
You could probably make that happen with.
yeah,
if you're
But
willing to pay.
Honestly, Premier League game in England is actually more
Why?
what I'd
You
want to
wouldn't
see.
have a team to pull for, would you?
No, but the atmosphere would be unbelievable. Not saying that the World Cup atmosphere wouldn't be unbelievable, but something about
Was that always on your list, or did the Ted Lasso series kind of
Good
engage
question.
in
Really
phase?
very good question.
Kind of always been on my list. I've been
Okay.
playing FIFA video games since I was about 8 years old, so
Oh, no.
that's been there forever.
Okay. How about a Stanley Cup final, Game 7?
Take it or leave it.
Oh, my God.
Honesty in media.
He's serious.
Honesty in media.
It's a Game 7.
I'm aware.
The chalice
Can
is
count.
in the building. There's a guy with white gloves who travels with it.
I want that
Unbelievable.
guy's job. That seems like a cool gig.
You'd kind of have to like hockey.
And go to the games.
Not necessarily. Well, that would be,
Guys, honestly, the Preakness is even better than the Derby. It's an orgy of coked up hookers. That's from Carlos Martinez's Twitter favorites.
Wow. A run there.
Well, you got to go all the way to Baltimore, though, right?
I'd never heard about the Preakness. Nobody ever talks about the Preakness.
No, you
I guess
don't
the
hear a lot
Preakness is
about
where
it.
you say you're going when you say you're telling your family you got a work trip.
Yeah. But I bet people who go to the Preakness are glad people don't know about the Preakness,
You can get involved on the program, 314-974-0101. Rusty Pecker is not happy with Sharon, saying, sure, Sharon, bleach is a form of love when you call in, but you're too big of a coward to call in. So Rusty Pecker is calling Sharon and Clayton a coward because she does not call in. So Sharon, you can call in from Sanibel, Maui, Michigan, or in Clayton. What do you think? Right off Wydown there? You think it's
Probably so.
I would imagine.
Wouldn't that make everyone who texts in and doesn't call a coward?
Oh, well, that's only a question Rusty Pecker can answer. Jamie Rivers isn't a coward. He's calling in at 8:15.
Right,
Jim Toth isn't a coward. He's calling in at 9:30. You, too, can show your strength by calling in 314-974-0101. That's how you can get involved on the program. It is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN, and the YouTube channel is the youtube.com/TMASTL. Moritz Reusch Jewelers online at ninjabling.com. Family owned, family operated, third generation. That is Dan Reusch operating the store now. And you can go in and see Dan. They are located right across from the St. Louis Galleria, Brentwood Boulevard, in the tower. on the 15th floor. And when you go in there, you are going to see the difference between Moritz Reusch and everybody else. They are online at ninjabling.com. If you're thinking about getting engaged this spring, you should go in and check out the selection they have at Moritz Reusch. They have a lot of jewelry in stock, specifically engagement rings for the guys who want to get something put together really quickly. Or they also do custom jewelry if that's something that you want to have designed from the ground up. They also have a great watch line as well. It's all at Moritz Reusch. They're online at ninjabling.com. They're located on the 15th floor of the tower, right across from the St. Louis Galleria. It is Moritz Reusch, online at ninjabling.com.
And the dream that's ours, we rise. We rise. We rise. Feel the rhythm, hear the cheer. Oh yeah. Stanley's calling, the cup is near. Fast on the puck with tap is near. We're fast on the puck.
Doug, you going to be playing this tonight at about midnight when Blues go up 3-2 and sit one win away from advancing to take on, I still think it's going to be the Colorado Avalanche, in the second round at the Sundress Showdown in St. Louis Friday night. The pony of all ponies. Hello again, everybody.
Hello. I'll probably be so excited after this win tonight that I'll want to go out clubbing.
Bottle service.
So what will still be open? Let's say if the game ends at midnight.
Jackson, you would know. You're the young bachelor.
Where would you go?
Nick's Pub's open until 3 a.m.
Nick's P. Hey, K. Adams.
Yeah, Nick's P. Hey, K. Adams.
Where is Nick's Pub?
Dogtown, baby.
Yeah,
Dogtown.
Dogtown, baby.
Manchester. Just below Hampton.
Yeah, we're
right.
like
Try.
below Hampton. Like there you are.
Literally,
Kinda
you
like
could
by
look up.
Filoni's.
Yeah.
By Filoni's, that area?
Yeah, but yeah.
Further east.
Further east, yeah.
Okay.
Good spot.
All right. So
did
you want to meet there at midnight?
Okay. I didn't know there were any bars open in Missouri till 3. Mm-hmm. But
Couple.
that one is.
Special.
Because if you didn't get enough to drink, Doug, by 2,
Yeah.
you could find one more spot open till 3. Tim, we did St. Patty's Day from Nick's. Do you remember that? You're like a show historian.
Yeah, I think I do remember that.
2006. And my dad never listened to the show. And for some reason that day I said, oh, you can get it. It's online. If you just go to www, on an actual computer. And I talked to him later in the day. He said, oh, I listened. I said, oh, yeah, you can do that every day. It's like, he goes, yeah, I think I'm good.
He didn't care for it.
You're welcome to get involved on the program and express how you don't care for it either. 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Sharon and Clayton has been told she's a coward for not calling in. Let's see if she responds. 314-399-9646 is how you can text into the program. And, of course, you can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, when you've got a twin bill in Cincinnati and Game 5 in Winnipeg, don't let the weather in St. Louis bring you down because you're going to be sailed in front of the television anyway. But I would tell you this, after we deal with this rain the next couple of days, the forecast is glorious and it's going to warm up. Make sure your air conditioning is ready with Seth Goldcamp and his team at Design Air Heating and Cooling. Sponsor of our email of the day, the longest running sponsor on TMA, going back a decade. That's how long Seth has been with us. A lot of longtime advertisers on this program because the listeners support the sponsors. That's the name of the game. If you are in need of any heating and cooling help, Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com, and you're going to want to make sure your air conditioner is ready to go for the warm weather. Take care of it now with designairservice.com. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Doug, we have the Yoff report here in the Stiefel dossier, as Jackson calls it.
Okay.
And it says donning a bandage on his cheek. Do you like that? Donning a bandage on his cheek.
I don't mind it.
Jim Montgomery talks about the injury he sustained at the Blues skate. Take a listen.
Okay. Go ahead and hit the lever pail.
Sorry.
Now, timing is everything.
Yeah, we did a drill to start practice, and I was telling the players it's not hard to box guys out. And I was boxing the guy that was driving the net out, and Bucci took a slap shot, and I heard it hit the crossbar. I went like this and came right off the crossbar. It's just making me feel like I'm a player in the playoffs, not a coach.
Are you available for selection tomorrow night?
Well, I'm really worried because I really like to eat. I wonder if it's going to screw up my ability to chew, but I don't think it will.
Okay.
That sucks.
Got hit in the face with a puck.
Had a little blood dripping out. The photographer, Doug Larson from Fox 2, was shooting it, and he said he noticed, like, all of a sudden blood on the coat, so he zoomed in. Yeah, you can see the old puck ricochet off the crossbar right off his left cheek. But then he told reporters, he said, I don't know, maybe we'll just glue it up. I'm like, only in the hockey world. We'll just glue it up.
It had to hurt like hell.
Oh, man.
Why are the NHL TV ratings declining, but the NBA TV ratings rising? Thanks. That's from the 314. Sounds like somebody wants to stir the pot this
Okay,
morning.
stop pot stirring.
Drama.
Jackson,
Like
is that
drama.
accurate?
Yes.
Where are you getting that information?
I got the NHL numbers. Front Office Sports had an article about it, say last week. That was after the first weekend, that Easter weekend series, that they were noticing that the numbers were down. But they just had another one with the NBA numbers continuing to surge, up 13% from last season.
Well, it can't help the NHL that two of the New York teams were bad. Philadelphia was bad. Boston was bad. San Jose was bad. These are the top markets in the country for population. That doesn't help.
No, it does not. Down 24%.
Bo.
27%.
Bo.
Yeah, that was as of 6 days ago. Seeing a couple sources on that.
Chicago, another market that's bad.
Well, it's your town, see?
Chicago's my town, see? But when you take away a lot of interest from New York, Chicago, Philadelphia, San Francisco, Boston, that might be 30%. Well, it's probably not 30% of the country, but it's pretty close to it. Just New York's 10 or 11%, isn't it?
But the quality of the games, if you watch how many go to overtime? They're tight. Like in the NBA, those first round. We had Miami basically admitting they didn't want to be there, Doug. Is that what they said? They'd rather not play.
They decided they would lose by about 50 to end their series against Cleveland. They had a good one last night. Indiana doing something that's never been done before, coming back down by, 7 in the final 40 seconds and ending their series against the Bucks. But, hey, you know what, Doug? Here's what I say. Take a listen to this. You might want to jot it down.
All right.
Some people like some things, and some people don't like other things. And take a look. Jackson is actually wearing that hoodie right now, and that's something that you can get at tmastlshop.com. And those are words to live by. So if people are enjoying the NBA more, tip of the cap. I enjoy the NBA, but I'll take Stanley Cup playoffs personally. And that might be a crowd-pleasing statement in St. Louis, but I've made it clear I'm not running for office. But Stanley Cup playoff intensity, especially in the first round, when the NBA playoffs tend to be like my skull and awfully lopsided, is when I'm really invested. And so far, only one team has been eliminated in the Stanley Cup playoffs. We got the first elimination last night with the Devils. And I don't know if anybody saw Markstrom go Ed Belfour after the game-winning goal, banging his stick and breaking it off the goalpost when the Hurricanes ended the Devils' run. And that was kind of expected, but still, even then,
still hurts if you're
gentleman's sweep. Doug, you like that term, gentleman's sweep?
I don't care for it.
Really? I kind of thought you'd like it.
Why would it be a gentleman's sweep?
Well, it's not 4-0, but 4-1. Gentlemanly.
You let him win one.
We kicked your tail, but you had one in there.
I love a gentleman's sweep.
I've never heard that before.
I don't think I have either.
Is that right? Really?
Yeah, gentleman's sweep.
It was a gentleman's sweep. But if I'm not mistaken, I think that there's maybe only one other possibility of a gentleman's sweep. I'm looking at Jackson as if, I guess there's two. The two that the Blues need to have happen to have the stage to themselves on Friday for the Sundress Showdown in St. Louis. And that is the Ning going down to Matthew Tkachuk and the Caps ending L'Habitant. And then the Blues have the stage to themselves. And then, Martin, the question becomes, what time would the game be on Friday night?
If it's the only game.
Right. What do you think? Because it seems like the time slots for the NHL are 6, 6:30, 8, 8:30. So then what do they do?
But is that predicated on multiple games? Do they always go 6 because they know there'll be games after that? Can we get a 7 is what you're asking.
I think generous executive Mike Caruso can send us a text and let us know right now.
Okay.
And we'll just say NHL sources. We'll protect you, Caruso.
Even 8 would be okay. 8 would be fine, wouldn't it?
Yeah. 6 should be fine.
I have bottle service reserved, but I only have it from 10 to midnight.
Where are you going
it's
now?
The over 45 bottle service.
Nick's Pub again?
Ooh, Nick's Pin. Hey, K. Adams. NBA needs to implement. Nope. Wow.
I haven't opened the text inbox, so I'm curious what that's.
Yeah, Jackson's going to enjoy it. My boys love Blues playoff hockey. However, otherwise, they couldn't care less about the NHL, and they watch the NBA every night. The young kids prefer the NBA. That's from the 314.
Oh, maybe.
Another big market gone with the Devils losing last night. That's from the 314.
And you look at the markets involved in the NBA playoffs. LA's got 2 teams. New York has a team. Boston has a team. San Francisco area has a team in the Warriors. It makes a difference. Get those big markets involved.
Maybe don't have 8:30 p.m. start times, 8:30 p.m. air quotes, for 2 teams in the Central Time Zone. That'd help the optics.
Oh, it would.
That's from longer than Martin's onboarding process.
Okay.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because they're not West Coast games where they're going to start late.
Hell no. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the numbers are not counting regional coverage like FanDuel. That's from Ali Doesn't Know.
Yeah, these are mostly, or almost exclusively ESPN and TNT.
So then that divides the ratings for the people, such as I would imagine the most people in St. Louis want to watch. John Kelly and Jamie Rivers, our guest at 8:15, do the games. Is that correct?
Sure.
I'm trying to get the exact.
I'm sorry, I'm crowdsourcing. I am crowdsourcing.
Before you spiked the ball, NBA boy.
Why though? It's not like I'm representing the NBA.
You brought this up.
It doesn't take a genius to. No, first of all, I did not. A texter texted it in.
No, you just got pointed at.
I did. He pointed right at me.
Well, I got to correct the record. If I don't, if I don't cover my own ass, no one else will.
Oh.
And that's the nature of the beast.
Okay.
And I didn't bring it up. I don't represent the NBA. I just have pointed out that it's far more popular. And well, the numbers reflect that. Yeah. You can sit there and be heard about it, or you can just understand the truth.
Deputy Commissioner here. Silver's assistant, Jackie.
He's a deputy. The NHL's a regional sport. The best thing that they do in the first round is have local and regional broadcasts. It would be even better if they simulcast the game through the Cup final. That's from Kevin's brother, Jack, and then his last name's Demoff.
I believe the NBA also does something similar. Like, I think that the Pacers game last night was also available regionally as well as NBA TV. If I'm not mistaken.
And that game was the network for Pacers Bucks deciding game that was on NBA TV, correct?
Yes.
Was not on TNT or
No,
ESPN.
that was on NBA TV.
And I texted Jackson last night trying to further the alliance, and I said, we'll be talking NBA, need to talk NBA tomorrow. And I was serious. I was watching that Bucks Pacers. And he wrote back, why? And I was like, what? And you said, because of the scuffle at the end. I'm like, Halliburton.
Oh, Halliburton's
basket.
dad charging Giannis?
Well, and then we had, but Halliburton had a game-tying dunk right down the middle, and then he had the game-winning basket a little later in overtime, and I thought, what a thrilling game, and Jackson's going, yeah, okay, whatever.
I was trying to get on board. The bigger story was Giannis and Tyrese Halliburton's dad almost fighting.
And a great post-game address by Giannis.
We'll get to that.
He said he thought it was a fan.
Some for the NHL. ESPN Plus and Hulu have had some exclusive national streams, but viewership figures for those games don't get released to the public.
Okay.
So I think that's an important thing to note.
So that's in the NHL's favor.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look at this guy. He's hockey boy, Don Cherry.
After bringing up the whole NBA is more popular debate.
Well, I mean, and honestly, you look at the numbers, like far more popular.
Oh, right there.
Well, didn't need that.
All right, Doug, you love it when we have a full bank of calls. Well, that's what we have. Barge Guy, Dan Jansen, Sergeant Major Rose are all on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. You can participate in the conversation. Jamie Rivers is going to be part of the conversation right at 8:15 on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. And then from Winnipeg, Jim Toth, part of the podcast in which they're saying in Winnipeg that for that franchise's stability, for that franchise's history, tonight's Game 5 is the most important game the Jets have played. That's what the Blues will be dealing with tonight in the whiteout in Winnipeg. That's all coming your way on the Stiefel Dossier. This program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan for Stewart's American Mortgage. Stewie gives out his personal cell phone. So if you're sitting there talking it over with your wife and going, hey, you know what? I think we can get this house, but let me make sure, you can call Stewie right now and get the answer. 314-324-4440. If you are someone who's looking to purchase a home, maybe you're looking to refinance, or if you're looking to consolidate some of your credit card debt, maybe you don't know exactly what direction you want to go to do any of these things, Call Stewie on his personal cell phone at 314-324-4440 or Google the Bagel Loan. What's the Bagel Loan? If you borrow $200,000 or more, there's no underwriting fees, no appraisal fees, no title fees, no lender fees, and no closing costs. Stewie's your guy, makes it easy. Any questions on rates, the industry, the trends, give Stewie a call. Call him directly on his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan.
Hey, this is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. Game 5 action in Winnipeg tonight. You can listen to it right here on 101 ESPN, your home of the Blues. Pre-game at 7:30, puck drop around 8:30. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. See them at Wandoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Oh, it's one of Jackson's theme shows where we got to figure out the theme, Doug. Oh. Or is it because we're going to the phone lines? Wow.
Plus, anytime you can play New Edition, it's welcome.
Well, Can You Stand the Rain might be fitting with these unfortunate days of rain in the St. Louis area, but perhaps fittingly for the Sundress Showdown in St. Louis for Game 6, time to be determined, waiting for Mike Caruso's text. Doug, the weather should be glorious, and then it's just nothing but sunshine in St. Louis as we get ready to welcome Stan Kroenke's Colorado Avalanche for a little revenge on 2022.
You don't think he'll show up, do you, Kroenke?
Yeah, and wave to the crowd?
I don't. Wouldn't you love to see that? That'd be the loudest that Billy never got.
We got full board of Collier and Thompson phone lines. Jamie Rivers at 8:15, and then Jim Toth, host of the podcast in Winnipeg, where they're saying this is the biggest game in Winnipeg Jets history. Let's play that audio for those who might not have heard it on yesterday's program. Jim's going to be with us at 9:30. Take a listen, Doug. This is from the Jets' perspective for tonight's Game 5.
Game 5 Wednesday's a must-win. I got to get this rant off my chest here, then we'll get to some calls. This is the most... I'm not over-exaggerating here, Jim. I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not doing all this stuff. This is the most defining game of this organization, its culture, and its players coming up on Wednesday at Canada Life Center in a decade and a half. Everything is built up to this. And I do not say this lightly. Enough time has been invested. Enough patience has been put into this. There's been more than enough time and understanding. Bob Irving put this out on X on Sunday afternoon, and I totally agree with him. Put up or shut up. And that's where we're at.
It's Bob Knuckles Irving, a longtime columnist in Winnipeg, who just occasionally will tweet now. And Doug, as you always say, when Knuckles talks, people listen.
How do you get the nickname Knuckles?
Producer Joe had a buddy who he would share a bed with on spring break named Knuckles, and I think the other guy was Klaus. Am I right on that?
I thought one was Nigel or something.
It's very European-centric.
Well, some people like some
things, and some people don't like other things, and that's the hoodie that Jackson's wearing. Once again, TMASTLshop.com. All right, we got a full board of phone lines. My goodness, yes. all the heavy hitters. Barge Guy, Dan Jansen, Sergeant Major Rose, and Pestis, Doug. It's a Sadie Hawkins for the ages here on the morning of Game 5. You call who gets to lead off.
How about Pestis?
Audience ain't going to be happy with him.
Well, I don't know. He's
Pestis, good morning. You are on the morning after with Jackson Burkett.
Doug made out the lineup card.
Good morning, gentlemen. How we doing?
Oh, we're fine. You?
I'm doing great. We're going to up Chuck.
You throwing up?
No, I'm not up. No.
Okay.
I'm laughing already.
All right. Well, don't up Chuck.
We're going to up Chuck Hellebuck. We're going to make him think that he has been dunked in donuts and he can't have any coffee at all.
I see. He's going to choke on donuts. Okay.
Yeah. Hellebuck is done as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
We get one goal on him. He's out the door. He's going to go sit in the little boy's room until after the game is over and cry like a little baby.
Okay.
There's that baby you've been looking for,
Yeah,
Doug.
there it is, Doug. That's the one that we're going to
We already got that baby. Remember, we named her and everything.
He's going to get dunked in donuts, but he can't have coffee.
What was the baby's name?
Baby's name was, oh, God, now I got to remember.
Oh, no.
Darnell Coles, wasn't it?
Oh, it's Victoria Blue.
Feels like somebody I'd know, but
Victoria Babu? Victoria Babu?
Martin, you worked with her the
Babu
2
was actually sitting on Hellebuck's chest.
That's Joe.
He's got that big bottle of rum.
Right.
And a little hockey stick, and he's beating Hellebuck in the head with it.
Right. Up Chuck Hellebuck. I like it.
Yep.
I like it a lot.
Oh,
Now,
that's good.
bad news for the Cardinals today.
Oh, no. What?
Yeah. Weather right now says that it's sunny in Cincinnati, but the weather forecast today is rain and everything.
And everything.
But here's the bad thing. We could be the only team in the middle of the week that gets rained out 3 days in a row. Because for tomorrow, they're talking severe thunderstorms in Cincinnati.
Oh.
So we're messed up.
Yeah. It's going to hurt the pitching.
The hockey game tonight will get us through.
Right. Yeah, we'll be all
and then
right.
we got the sundress on Friday night.
I appreciate Bess. This is now referring to this sundress event.
Do you own a sundress yourself?
Oh, goodness.
No, I don't own one, but if I did, I'd look damn good in it.
I'm sure you would.
There's actually elements we like. Well, it is a full phone line Wednesday.
Yes, it is. I appreciate you taking my phone call.
Doug, put you first.
Everybody have a good day. Stay safe. And if the weather gets too bad, check on your neighbors.
Okay.
Yeah, check on your neighbors.
Just a little
That was a very
PSA.
local news right
Why
there.
we take him first.
Doug, let's see what we got here. I got Barge Guy. I got Dan Jansen. I got Sergeant Major Rose. Chairman Kurt continues to go to those Callier Thompson. So there's probably new names on there. Jamie Rivers is at 8:15. We know that. Who do you want to go to next?
I know. Who called in first? Maybe take it in order.
Chairman
Called
Kurt.
in.
Barge Guy.
Barge Guy's been on hold for an hour.
Oh,
Barge
gosh.
Guy, good morning. You're on the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
It's Jackson's dad.
We're fine. You?
Good. Hey, I got a special thing today.
What's that?
You remember the Odyssey of Us as I first called in as Jackson's dad, right?
Yes.
All right. Well, I want you to meet somebody.
I am Jackson.
Oh, there you go. What a delight.
Well, hello, Jackson.
What a delight.
That's why. This is Jackson. So how to Jackson.
Hi, Jackson.
Well, hey.
Look at this, Jackson. You got Chris Long yesterday, and now you're talking to a young Jackson today.
Yep, talking to the youth.
O-N.
Say that again, please.
See?
I spell my name Jaxon.
That's where we differ. I'm a CKS guy.
All right.
Do they call you Jax?
They call you Jack?
No.
No, they don't. Okay.
I'm done. Hey,
I feel like we're losing control of the show.
Jackson and Barge Guy, are we rolling into school a little late today?
No. All right. I'm going to try something else up to 101. So you know how the ESPN says, I'm over it right before your guys' show?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, there's something in Festival School District called Late Start every Wednesday.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm over it.
Okay.
Oh, Dad doesn't like it.
All
So
right.
It's an hour late. So when I get off the bars at 6 a.m., I have to stay up an hour later just to go to sleep.
Oh, no. Wow.
However, I'm off this week, so this is good. That's why we're having a good time this morning.
So will you be able to handle your sleep schedule? Should be perfect because that's usually your work schedule to stay up and watch all the game.
Correct.
And then will Jackson stay up and watch the game with you?
I got to tell you that, they lost the first two games. They were close. I had no doubt that we would come back to St. Louis and take care of business. And this is eerily similar. I know he's pinching me with his plushie.
Oh.
But it's really similar to 2018, gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
What would Mad Dog say?
Let's take it one game at a time.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's good hearing from you.
Oh, Doug Shift.
Oh, wow.
That's not your brand. That's my brand.
Oh, no. We got a kid on the line.
I don't tune in to listen to some Rugrats jibber jabber that no one except the parents thinks is cute.
Oh.
Kids suck.
Gosh.
That's from Sharon and Clayton and Doug. She's going to be the star of Real Housewives of TMA, but she is anti-children.
I do like the term jibber jabber.
Housewives of TMA.
I enjoyed that. Although when the kid was making a little bit of noise and then he got quiet, I was afraid he might have got a backhand or something.
Got a little wooden spoon.
Got a little quiet all of a sudden.
Doug, you're on a heater right now.
Okay.
Who's in the three-hole, Dougie?
Fade Doug.
Okay, how about Dan Jansen?
Dan Jansen joins us now on 101 ESPN. Doug, Jamie Rivers, 8:15.
Okay. Hello, Dan.
Hey, guys. Hello. Hey, first off, congratulations on the 6-month anniversary.
Thank you.
Oh, hell yeah.
City seemed to shut down and celebrate.
Great show yesterday at the Mount Rushmore. But I need to go back to Monday's show, Email a Day, where I was put in the lead for worst caller of the year by Mr. Buck Swope.
Oh, no.
I get it might not be politically correct to pick on a mascot. However, I must take issue with a couple of things. He called me Rain Man, and it came across ironic coming from someone that feels the need to document every second of every one of these, quote, Philly slap and tickle TMA shows.
Okay. Boy, he's not going to like that.
Yeah, you don't want to pick on Buck Swope.
I feel like he's at the keyboard now addressing this.
I'm picking on Buck Swope. First and second, my invitations to Jackson and Tim are sincere, but I try and put some comedy sarcasm in the delivery, something Bucky Boy should try.
Bucky Boy.
Wow. Oh.
And then he calls me Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs. Also ironic, coming from a grown man that had to beg his mom to let him out of her basement apartment to attend the TMA holiday party, where he stood in the middle of the room in a trench coat and talked to no one.
Buck Swope was in a trench coat at the holiday party?
I don't know. I was thinking more sport.
He usually has a green jacket on.
He kind of looks like a
Rory.
professor.
Yeah.
Maybe he should have lost his job, but he was tenured. So,
right.
Yeah, but you know what? I don't like to pick on people that are on the spectrum, so I'll stop there.
Oh, gosh.
And finally, Bucky Boy, since you listen to my calls 20 times over, try and get the facts straight on them.
You sound a little bitter this morning, Dan.
Dan Jansen's response, Empire Strikes Back. But I wouldn't pick on Buck Swope. Buck Swope runs things in this town, Doug. You come at the king, you best not miss, Doug. Was that The Wire, Jackson?
Yeah, Omar coming.
Yeah.
Omar.
Don Tiny and Scores run things.
Don Tiny PP runs things, not Buck Swope, man. We're taking different families. Okay. It's like Tattaglia's.
Dan, I hate to say it, the text line is not supporting you. I would never say that, but I'm shocked here.
Mr. Siders says, you're so cooked now, Danny boy. Chef Buck is in the building. That's a Mr. Siders.
That's fine. So anyway, and Doug, great visiting with you on Sunday.
Doug, you hung out with Dan Jansen?
I saw him at a soccer game.
No, God bless.
I think here's the best text. Iggy's great brother just says, gentlemen, what are we doing here?
Question that could have been asked any time over the last 2 decades. Dan, wonderful phone call. Yes.
Hey, the only thing I have to say is he drew first blood.
All you're doing is issuing a response to Buck Swope.
Yeah, he drew first blood.
Well, Doug, Dan Jansen has responded. Thank you, Dan.
All right, thanks, Dan.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for this nice words. I appreciate it so much.
So Doug put Pestis in the leadoff spot. Barge guy was in the 2-hole. Little Thunder in the 2-hole. Yeah. Larry Walker, McGuire sometimes. And then you put Dan Jansen third, but we have a actual military member, and he's sitting on hold.
Oh, okay. That's Sergeant Major Rose. Okay. Sergeant Major Rose, good morning. You're on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Hey, Doug, thanks for putting me in the cleanup spot. I appreciate it.
Okay, somebody had to hit fourth.
I don't mind. Hey, after those legends, I can't do anything but go up from here.
Right.
So I'm in town and got tickets for the game Friday, and I'm going to be really disappointed, Doug, if you don't show off those gams and that sundress. I'll be really upset about that.
Well, who says I won't?
Oh.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
But on a serious note, Tim, I put together a package of St. Louis eccentric gifts for the Dotem for Brian McKenna's Hero Network.
Oh, God bless.
Nice.
It's a ton of gift cards from all the places that Brian frequented, that he loved to go to, loved to talk about and support.
Pueblo Solis has to be the George Washington of the Mount Rushmore there.
Pretty much. And then also got autographed jerseys of the different St. Louis franchises that go in the package. And I stopped by, believe it or not, I was on my way to LeGrand's this morning. I stopped by St. Gabe's to see if I can get one of those autographed banners to throw in.
That's the right
they wouldn't
thing.
open the door for me. I don't know.
Well, they're priceless. They're in stone.
They'll make up another one for you for all the championships they've already won next year.
I thought they printed those things out through like 2031, so I guess we're okay.
Yeah, they do. They do. Yeah, it's all predetermined.
But yeah, looking forward to it. And I
Will you
wish
be
I
there,
could be
sir?
in town.
Oh, yeah.
What's that?
I was wondering if you'd be there.
I was hoping to be. Depends on how things go back in D.C. But yeah, if I can make it. I don't play golf because I stink at it, but I would be more than happy to hang out. But I'm getting this package over to Denny, Brian's brother, and they'll take it from there. So.
God bless. What a kind gesture. I love that idea, Sergeant Major Rose.
Sounds great. And go Blues. And I will say this. I have met Sharon and Clayton and her husband. They're a lovely couple. So, she's your star of that show. I think you'll do just fine.
How about that? Sharon and Clayton gets an endorsement from Sergeant Major Rose, who's in the cleanup spot here. Thank you, Sergeant Major Rose.
Have a great day, boys.
You too, brother. There he is, Sergeant Major Rose. Doug, the phone line. See, you've said they're poison, but what about that segment makes you think?
Cleared the lines there, baby. One at a time.
Jamie Rivers is going to join us here in 5 minutes as we're in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. The show is called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Welcome back to Morning After 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. It is our pleasure to welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines, live from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Jamie Rivers with us here on the Morning After. Morning, Jamie.
Use that term very loosely.
Jackson, unfortunately, had an audio issue, so we didn't catch the beginning of your statement. Doug is obviously disappointed. Could you, if I may, could I ask you to repeat?
You know, guys, it's lost its luster at this point, Jackson.
We're having a tough show. We could use a little pick-me-up.
Yeah, that's a daily statement, though. All right, the sentiment up there. I've been listening to some Winnipeg podcasts, and man, they are calling this thing, Jamie, the most important game in the history of this franchise. Now, I realize they've only been around, in Winnipeg anyway, for less than 15 years. But considering the talent they've had throughout regular seasons and then the postseason failures, and considering they were up 2-0, now getting dominated, and Hellebuck in the situation that he's been in getting yanked, they are feeling it there. What are you hearing when you talk to people with the Jets and or around the league about the state of the Blues Jets going into Game 5?
Well, I can tell you the feeling around Winnipeg is like the sky is falling, man. I have never seen a fan base and even the media here, like everybody is just thinking the worst is going to happen. And it's wild because it's the best team in the NHL all season long. I mean, number one team, President's Trophy, all that stuff. That doesn't matter. We know it doesn't matter in playoff time. But, excuse me, but the Connor Hellebuck issue is real. You know, you talk to a lot of people here, and they think that he just maybe is mentally weak between the ears and things like this. Like, you know, they're touting this guy's just 2 days ago or whatever. You see his name in the nomination for Vezina Trophy, and talking to people here, like they want to get rid of him. It's like wild how they could be, you know, so crazy, but that's where we're at. And so for me, I think that for the Blues, one, the Blues can't listen to the noise. If you're the team or the coaches, not that they are, but you can't listen to the noise. You can't play into it and think that, okay, we got them where we want them. Let's not forget this. This is a really good hockey team here in Winnipeg. But I will say this. Your first period is imperative to come out and play hard and hopefully score that first goal. And however that happens, it doesn't matter because the fans are going to think it's Hellebuck's fault anyways. And that's why it's important. Get that first goal, quiet the crowd here, right down, and then the pressure will start to mount on a guy like Connor Hellebuck. He sees and hears everything. The media here, it's not like us in St. Louis where you kind of, not everybody, but sometimes you kind of feel bad. Somebody's going through a tough stretch, and you're like, oh, man, you know, maybe I'll back off the throttle a little bit here. Not here, not in Canada. They had him pinned up against his Stanley Cup banner a couple of days ago, just peppering him about, you know, how does he feel? Does he feel like this is happening all over again? Why does it happen all the time? He's domed up right now, but he is also an elite goaltender that could turn it on in a heartbeat. So again, I caution everybody not to go planning their road trips into the next series yet. You have a lot of work left to do, but if the Blues have a good first period and get on this guy early, you could see some things happen.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious about. Doug floated the idea following Sunday's Game 4 win that if the Blues were able to get a soft goal or two and go up 2-0, what would Scott Arniel do? And the implications that would have if they were to pull him. Do you think that he is on a short leash tonight?
I'll tell you what, Tim, I was talking to a bunch of the guys, just media members here in Winnipeg and whatnot. And I said, Scott Arniel, as in last night, this is the hardest night's sleep he's going to ever have. Because as the head coach, you're playing this over and over and over in your head. And that do I give him a long leash? Do I just ride it out with the best goalie in hockey? If he gives up a softie, if we get down by 2, is 2 the threshold? Is 3 the threshold? Is 3 too much? Can we not come back? Like, he's playing out all of these scenarios in his head. So the coach going into today is already stressed to the max, because let's not forget that eyeballs are on him too, because this is his first season as the head coach of the Jets, President's Trophy, all that stuff. And here he is in the playoff series, and whatever decision he makes with his goaltender could be pivotal. So there's a lot of stress surrounding this team. For me personally, I think it's easy. You ride it out with the guy. He's the best goalie in hockey, and if he doesn't play well, you tell your GM, your fan base, listen, he's the best goalie in hockey. He was our best option. He didn't play well. I can't help that. He's kind of job protecting at the same time, but same token, he's played at an elite level before, and it's up to the player to play at an elite level in the playoff time. The coach can't sit there and second guess and look to play, Comrie in behind him and say that all of a sudden he's the number one guy. So I would just ride it out with Hellebuyck.
I thought it was kind of a bad look on Sunday when Hellebuyck left the ice and then went back to the locker room, didn't even stay there. It was kind of it's all about me. I don't even care what happens the rest of the way type of look. You think that bothers his teammates with the Jets, or is that just me?
I can tell you, him not coming back to the bench isn't that much of a bother, because listen to what was going on. We want Connor, chanting his name, as a player. I as a teammate of his, I'd be like, just stay in the locker room. Don't worry about it. If we need you, we'll come get you. What bothered me is hearing from people around Enterprise Center that he was out of his gear 10 minutes later and basically unavailable for his team. That would piss me off, because we didn't give up on you. You can't give up on the team. And I know he's not giving up on the team, but it feels that way. And what if Comrie got hurt? What if there's a situation on the ice? Now we don't have a goalie, or we have to beg the officials to give us 15 minutes to get our starting goalie back in his uniform because he's dragging his lower lip around Enterprise Center. So that bothered me more than a goalie just going to the locker room and just staying in the room to not be a distraction, because that could have happened too. Hellebuyck comes out, fans start getting on him. It becomes a whole thing on its own and distracting the team at the time. So I was okay with him going to the room, just not taking his gear off.
What are they not doing as a team? Because structurally, they're so sound that even the backup goalies get good numbers. They shut everybody down. Yet in those home games, the Blues are able to find some space. What did the Blues do to counter that?
Well, first of all, Blues have, as crazy as it sounds, Blues have more depth of scoring than the Winnipeg Jets. Velarde's going to be back for tonight's game, so we'll see how that changes things. But if Scheifele and Connor and Iafallo aren't scoring, Winnipeg's not winning. And that's what happened in games 3 and 4. And the Blues got scoring from a lot of different people, but mostly the defensemen that got active in this series. And here's something for you, too, is the Winnipeg Jets forwards, for some reason, have either, taken a leave of absence or just not committed to getting in the shot lane in the defensive zone. And when you're trying to box up in front, playing the net front, the biggest nightmare a defenseman has that's defending is pucks getting through to the net. Because once they get through to the net, they bounce around. You've got to pick up sticks. You've got to move bodies. You've got to find loose pucks. You've got to take away the next pass. It becomes high stress defensively, which is why blocking shots or just taking away shot lanes up high is so important. And the Jets did that in games 1 and 2. The Blues either didn't have the shot lanes or didn't shoot the puck enough. They only had, 25 shot attempts in games 1 and 2. And then in games 3 and 4, they had 50 attempts. And if you look at a lot of the stuff that happened, there were screens, deflections, rebounds, all those things I'm just talking about, because the Jets barely blocked any shots up high. So that's a big issue. That to me is all about commitment. Shot blocking, there is a talent to doing it without getting your face caved in every time you block a shot, but it's the willingness to do it, knowing it's going to hurt and doing it anyways. And I think that's lacking right now for the Jets, and it's not for the Blues. You see everybody for the Blues that are blocking shots, taking hits, doing everything they can to win, and I think that's kind of been maybe the underlying story here that nobody's really talking about.
Mm. I assume we're not going to see Tyler Tucker tonight. Have you heard that?
Yeah, he's day-to-day, from what I'm told, and he will not be in uniform tonight.
So Suter, no doubt, steps in. Is that a downgrade or no?
Well, I guess let's look at it two ways here. One, Tyler Tucker was playing really good. Probably the best hockey he's played in his NHL career, which is fantastic. Now let's look at it another way. You got a guy with over 1,500 NHL games. That's your backup plan. I think I'm okay with that. And I'm also getting a guy that's played 1,500 games is probably a little bit pissed off that he was the first guy pulled out of the lineup in lieu of a younger player. So I believe you're going to get the best version of Ryan Suter that we've seen yet for the Blues. And I feel damn comfortable putting that guy into the series right where it is. I mean, he's been there, done that, and he's a competitive guy. He blocks shots. He plays tough. There's not going to be a massive drop-off. In fact, there may not be any at all, depending on how motivated he is.
What do you think the pairings would be, Jamie?
I think they're going to be exactly the way they were, except it'll be Leddy and Suter.
Leddy and Suter.
Leddy and Tucker. Yeah.
So specific to Suter, you mentioned that motivation. I was wondering that too. What his state of mind was when he was not in the lineup, and now gets the opportunity. Plus, he gets got some rest. What do you think about that development? Because I feel like that's a storyline. A, because what you mentioned, Tucker was playing so well, and B, you have this guy with all of this experience, and he wasn't playing the last couple of games. Now he gets back in there.
Yeah, look, I don't think he was ever a healthy scratch in his career. So to say that he was disappointed would be an understatement. I imagine he was pissed off.
Yeah.
I imagine telling him went over like a fart in church when Monty decided to do that. Although Doug does prefer that, but anyway.
Yeah, you do. That is your kink. That's good. Good for you for saying that, Jamie.
Not accurate.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate from what I hear.
Oh,
true. Yep.
No, you got a guy that's highly motivated, man. You got a guy that's super competitive. You don't play that many games in the best league in the world because you're not a competitive guy, you're not a talented guy, you're not dedicated to the process, you're not a good teammate. Like, you don't play that long by accident. And so, yeah, is he rested a little bit more? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, okay. But I just think he's going to be pissed off, man. I think he's going to play hard. I think he's going to want to show the Blues that no matter what the status is of Tyler Tucker for Game 6, Game 7, or even another series if there is one, like that he shouldn't be the automatic out when it comes time to putting players in around the lineup.
It does look like, for the future anyway, they found something in Tyler Tucker. He looks like a pretty good player, doesn't he?
I liked Tyler Tucker 2 years ago. I thought that his anticipation defensively, the way he closes gaps in the neutral zone, the aggressiveness that he shows at the blue lines, I was like, okay, this guy's a pretty damn good player. And then for whatever reason, it fell off last year. It kind of fell off, and it hurt him because then people leapfrogged him in the organization, and then obviously they signed a whole boatload of guys in the offseason. And Tyler Tucker was a victim of numbers to start the season. He went down to Springfield, and ever since he's come back, he's taken his spot back. And what I mean by that is he knows what he has to do. He knows he's got to play aggressive. He knows he's got to be physical. He knows the mitt's got to hit the ice every now and then, and he's got to be out there playing the policeman. And what I like about him, too, is in the offensive zone, he just keeps it simple. He keeps it simple. He pressures the puck at good times, and then when he gets the puck, he doesn't screw around with it. He takes a stride or two and shoots the puck, gets it on net. And again, when you got a guy like Tyler Tucker that you know is going to get the puck through to the net, it makes it nice and easy for the forwards to get to the front of that knowing, hey, that puck's coming, man. He's a very predictable player this way, and he's creating offense that way. Whether it's goals or assists, that's irrelevant. Creating offense doesn't always necessarily translate into goals. It translates into keeping the puck possession in the offensive zone and putting the defensive team on their heels a lot, which is stressful minutes for those guys.
Monty took a puck off the face. We'll call it an upper body injury. And it had me thinking, I love story time. Were you on the ice? Were you with the Blues when Brett Hull famously fired the puck at Joe Quenneville's head, and Quenneville turned around and fired it back, and everyone said that's when he established himself as the coach, not taking any crap from Hully. I'm sure you've heard that story over the years, and I was trying to think if you would have been in camp at that time.
Yeah, I was on the ice for that. Hully had a way of, establishing his dominance in different ways with coaches. And so, like, I remember when he didn't like Mike Keenan would take the ice and Holly would fire pucks at his skates. he would. He like, and Mike never knew where the hell the pucks were coming from. And Brett Hull, by the way, an elite passer. Like, he could knock a fly out of the air with a pass. Like, unbelievable. So hitting Mike's skates was not a challenge for Brett. And Brett always tried to hit his skates when he was in, like, full crossover, so he would, like, make him hit the ice. It was funny for us. It was funny. I think I was, like, 19 years old. I'm like, gee, this is a funny league that I play in here right now. And so fast forward to, Joel Quenneville, and Q was an intense dude, obviously, and he expected his players to play a certain way. And I forget the drill or what happened exactly, but Holly turned and fired a puck at Quenneville. And at that moment, like, if you're Quenneville, if you take that, you've kind of lost your spot at the top of the hill. And so he turned and fired a slap shot right back at Holly. Yeah. And then Holly laughed. He goes, yeah, nice shot. You couldn't even hit me.
That sounded just like him.
I got to tell you, that's a world-class impression.
I've done a lot of Brett Hull impersonations in my time, so... But no, it was kind of a funny moment. It wasn't as dramatic as some people make it out to be, but it certainly was Q sending a message that, I'm not your bitch,
Yes. Oh, yeah. We said it at the same time. Doug Jinx, Cokes.
Puck is dropped and it's 4-0. The opening period, and Razor just took another one.
I don't know why that gets me. Every time.
Every single time.
So you would have laughed if you saw Monty get hit in the face, Doug? Is that how you...
No, not that.
Okay.
But the announcers, they're fair game.
So what if Jamie gets hit by a puck?
Hey, Jamie, I want to add, this to me is something, and you were talking about it back in February, and the value of the Blues even being relevant and playing games that would matter. And then sure enough, they had to play all the way through 82 to get in. So you have that. The young players get that experience. Now they've experienced 4 games in the Stanley Cup playoffs and the value of that. So 2 thoughts. Number 1, your analysis of how these young guys have played. And number 2, mentally, anything or emotionally, anything that you've been able to see as you're with the team that can convey what you've seen from these young guys, perhaps off the ice, or just what you're seeing strategically with the way they're handling the emotions of the ups and downs of a Stanley Cup playoff series.
Okay, we'll go in reverse here because my memory's not always that great of remembering how long, because that was a really long question. I forget the first part of it.
How are the young guys doing is a simplified measure.
Did JK say yesterday it's a lot to digest?
Yeah, we can ask 2 questions. They don't have to be jammed into one. It's fine. Okay? Got my ear, okay? The first question, how are the young guys doing? They're great. The future's now. I can't believe how well set up the Blues are for the future. I mean, if you look through this lineup, and I still consider Thomas and Kyrou young players because they're not 27, 28, 29. They're not even in the prime of their careers yet, per se. Yet they're 2 of your top scoring guys. So you look at Thomas, Kyrou, Holloway, Broberg, Bolduc, Neighbors, Snuggerud, Dvorsky. Like, when do you want me to stop, guys? That's your core. Joe Holfer, throw him in there too, because he's going to be a big part of this team for a long time as well. Tyler Tucker, you'd add him. You're at 10 or 11 players in this organization that are ready to carry the torch. You don't need them to, because you still have some great veteran players in your lineup currently. But, man, I have been so impressed with, one, the Blues' ability to find, scout, and acquire these players, however they've done it, whether it's drafting, signings, offer sheets. It really doesn't matter. They've got them. And I'm really excited to watch Blues hockey for the next 10 years. It's going to be a lot of fun watching these guys play.
That's the thing.
Now, what have I seen?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Tim. I was trying to tackle your question, Tim. If you're going to interrupt me halfway through, just ask me one question.
It's a monologue from my questions. But what I was about to say is that shows the pivotal direction of tonight's game, because in Winnipeg, they feel like, holy crap, if we lose tonight, this is a moment where the franchise could turn. And meanwhile, the Blues are in a spot where they're freed up because, hey, don't get me wrong, there's some guys who are trending toward the end, but this is a foundational moment for the Blues.
Yeah, it is. I mean, look, regardless of what's going on in Winnipeg here, they're still going to have a pretty good team moving forward. They're make some tweaks and some things. They've got a good core group of players, but if we just focus on our home team, the Blues, it's really impressive. And let's remember, guys, the Blues haven't had to tank. They haven't had to tank at all. Now, the one season that they trade away all their veterans, I wouldn't call that tanking. I'd say we're just cleaning up shop here a little bit as we move forward into our retool, rebuild, whatever the heck they wanted to call it at the time. But Army's done this with late first-round picks, mid-first-round picks, second-round picks, then acquiring 2 top 10 picks from the Oilers. By the way, thank you, Edmonton Oilers, buffoons. And just keep building like that. So it's pretty impressive. It's fun to watch. And then just getting back to the second part of your paragraph question, Tim, the players, what I'm seeing from the young players is incredible. Like Jake Neighbors coming into the series, he didn't know what to expect of NHL playoff hockey. He's played meaningful games in junior and things like that, but there's no simulation to it. And I remember him saying that, his body was just beat up after the first couple of games and whatnot. But now look at him. He's the biggest bruiser out there. I think he's leading the series in hits right now for both teams. And he was the guy that was in so much pain, and but he's loving it. Zach Bolduc is loving it. He's really come into his own. Who the hell knew that Zach Bolduc was going to turn into a skilled version of Tyson Nash out there? It's crazy to imagine that him buzzing around, putting guys into the bench, but he's also got the ability to score at any moment while he's out there. Jimmy Snuggerud had no idea this guy was going to be able to handle the rough going. I mean, he's a young man. I think he's 175 pounds. Not a big guy, but he's out there taking the punishment, doing the things he's supposed to do. So I've been really impressed with the young guys, and I think they're getting so much bang for their buck by just playing these playoff games.
That's the best. Fans love hearing that because it gives you hope that this is just the beginning. And hell, look what's going on with what they're doing in the present. Jamie Rivers will be on the call tonight. Blues, Jets tonight, Game 5. Looking forward to this one. And then it sets up the Jim Dandy, Doug Sundress showdown in St. Louis. Game 6 on Friday night. Jamie, enjoy the festivities. I'm sure the atmosphere is going to be absolutely incredible. Always enjoy getting your perspective, man. Thanks so much.
All right, thanks, boys. Have a great day.
You too. Jamie Rivers with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines.
You think he was Rivsy or River? Or?
I thought it was Rivs.
Rivs?
Martin, do you think it's Rivs?
I think it's Rivs.
I think it's Rivs.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's Rivs.
All right. I would have thought Rivsy would have been folksier.
Jackson, what do you call him?
Jamer.
Jamer?
Okay.
Yeah, or Big Game Jame.
Big Game Jame. I forgot to tell him to look for the guy in the retro red.
Dratch.
Yeah, Timmy Paps will tell him.
Martin, you would never forget to tell us about Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling, though.
Love the fact they've been around St. Louis since 1904. Pretty simple. Get online, designairservice.com. That's where you can set up the appointment, get that air conditioning tuned up. It'll save you money later. Tune it up now. Have it running all summer long. That's sort of the tradition in St. Louis. You know about it. It's also a tradition when you have any HVAC needs, you go to Design Air for all of that. 4th generation family-owned business, so their name is behind it. They've been doing it for a long time, also supporting this show. Any needs year-round, it's designairservice.com. Love the fact that it's family-owned, operated business, because sometimes a St. Louis company will have success, then they sell it to somebody out of town. They just don't change the name. That's not going on with Seth and his family, designairservice.com. They bring you the email of the day, which today, I got to tell you, I'm thinking Buck Swope.
Yeah, what a response, Martin.
He's just typing like a madman. It's going to be a Design Air email today for the ages, potentially.
Nice.
And on top of that, for all your furnace needs and air conditioning needs, designairservice.com.
Jamie Rivers with us, and we'll be joined by Jim Toth to give the Winnipeg perspective. And he's on the podcast where they were saying that this is the most important game to date for the Winnipeg Jets organization since it relocated to Manitoba 14 years ago. Everything has led to this, and they will know a whole lot more about both the present and the future of the organization in their opinions based on what takes place tonight. That is not a stable situation there, and therefore they think the win tonight is critical for that organization, perhaps more so than what other teams are playing for in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt is fielding your calls on the Callier and Thompson phone
Go
lines.
back to him, Tim?
I think we should.
Oh, yes.
314-974-0101. And 302 people are in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat talking it over. There's DJ Patty Cakes talking it over with old Bach Hog. Doug, you remember Bach Hog?
I remember Boss Hog.
Yeah. And Roscoe
P. Coltrane?
Roscoe P. Coltrane.
Mm-hmm.
And Daisy Duke. Well, they're in the YouTube chat.
Catherine Bach.
Yeah, Michelob Ultra, 95 grams of 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. And this weekend, the weather is going to be beautiful. So, yeah, if you're in the St. Louis metropolitan area right now, you see the storms and the rain. Hey, we'll deal with that. And then after the sundress special on Friday night, Doug, the sun will come out on Saturday, and it'll be glorious, and you'll be able to enjoy a Michelob Ultra. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat. Also, sponsor of the Dotem, and that is coming your way a month from today at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort. Tee off with TMA at the return of the Dotem Golf Tournament presented to you by Michelob Ultra. Get your foursome together for a full day out on the course with us, and it includes the following: breakfast from Donut Drive-In, lunch from Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, and if you play on Thursday, food from Texas Roadhouse following golf, and if you play on Friday, barbecue from Super Smokers. It also includes all your Michelob Ultra, the 100 West Dental closest to the pin competition, a long drive contest courtesy of Pondoff's Anonymous Recovery Podcast, and you can register your foursome. Just get the foursome now, fill it out later. Just make sure you have a spot at the Dotem. It is 101ESPN.com, and our charity partner this year, as you may have heard Sergeant Major Rose speak to, the St. Louis Hero Network, and that is in honor of Brian McKenna. It is the Dotem, presented to you by Michelob Ultra, May 29th and May 30th. You can play in either or both days at Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort. You may have not heard of it, under new ownership, and it used to be the old Teamsters course, Doug, in Peevely, about 15 minutes south of 270 and 55. It is Oak Valley Golf Course and Resort, May 29th and or May 30th. That's a Thursday and a Friday. TMA, the Dotem, presented to you by Michelob Ultra. This is the Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tell me this isn't the jam.
I don't know if this is the jam. I was expecting a blues song.
Instead, you heard Johnny Gill. Let's take you back to the St. Louis UI prom in 1994.
I wasn't there. Would have been weird if I had been.
Do you think about going?
No.
Classic black tux for you, Tim?
I believe so.
It never even occurs to me that I need to start going to high school proms.
You should think about it.
I don't even think about it.
Where was it?
I don't know. I wasn't there. Couldn't they do it right there at the school?
No, it was not. It was at some event center off of Shodo in near downtown, just to the south of downtown.
Then you went.
Cedars?
You went there?
Yeah, I went.
Okay.
I had a list of ladies who wanted to go with the bus boy from Pietro's who drove a minivan, and it was 5'2".
Just seems to me it would have been
struggle with that second base throw.
Would have been if you're going to an all boys private school. It seems like it would have been hard to meet girls. But you went to mixers, did you, boy?
Sock hop.
You went to a sock hop, soda shop. You met them at the counter at the soda shop.
Nah, I just hit on whoever came through Pietro's when I was bussing tables.
Okay.
It's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. 305 friends have gathered to watch the program and talk it over. And you can participate in that Michelob Ultra YouTube. Now it's 312. I guess the sock hop discussion.
Well, yeah, 31 years celebration of the SLU 1994 prom.
That's exactly right. That's what's got people talking.
That's what we're doing now.
This morning, Jamie Rivers was with us on the previous segment as we are in the morning of Game 5 of Blues Jets. It's been one hell of an exciting series. And the fact that we know we've got 2 more games, that, at a minimum, intensifies it. If you had to bet, you think this thing goes 7? Doug, go.
No.
Wow.
It's Blues in 6.
How about that?
Mm-hmm.
Martin, you got to bet. You got to put down material dollars, something that matters to you.
I do feel like if the Blues lose tonight, their psyche will be fine. Like they'll still.
I like that analysis.
I think they still feel like, all right, fine, we'll go home and win, then we'll come back here and we'll get it done in Game 7. That's fine. They are 5-2 in Game 5s since 2019. Game 5 can be a bit of a pivotal game. Doug, more numbers to 12 different scores in this series.
Wouldn't that really break the Jets' heart if they lost at home in Game 7, like 8-0 or something?
Yeah, if they're going to bow out, they'd rather be on
probably
Game 6.
Have it happen here.
I think the Blues will win the next 2. I do.
Wow.
I know that's probably too easy just looking at the recent history of the Jets, but it just feels that way.
You couldn't get run out of a building any more thoroughly than they did when they came here. You couldn't have gone on the road and performed any more poorly than they did.
They really got run out of the building in Game 3. In Game 4, that thing was up for grabs at one point, and that is what I think has to be even more concerning is that they did jump out to a lead. The Blues gave them a couple power plays in the first half of the first period, and they still weren't able to withstand the Blues charge in the second period. Again, I really do circle that. Adam Lowry, that's your captain, taking a bad penalty. And then that it wasn't a power play that the Blues scored on, but they scored 2 goals after that. Can't have that happen. It is incredibly pivotal because I'll say this. It would be tough to envision, and Martin, I think you were just saying this, that if the Jets were to lose tonight, them winning in St. Louis, of course it can happen, but that would be tough to envision. For whatever reason, I've made the analogy. I don't know why. I think it was the body language of Scheifele and what he said after the Cardinals were up 3-1 on the Giants in 2012 in that NLCS, and they lost at home, and then they lost Game 6 back in San Francisco. I don't know, and I realize we're going back 13 years, and some people probably don't even remember it. I went into Game 7 going, it just isn't happening. You just knew where it was. And I would think that's where Jets fans would be Game 6 in St. Louis. For example, to draw a parallel with the Blues, when the Sharks came back here after losing Game 5, following the Blues' response to the hand pass game in Game 3, in which they won games 4 and 5, I'm like, Plus, the Sharks' roster was so depleted because they got the hell beaten out of them. I'm like, the Blues are winning tonight. You just sometimes know if your team is going to win or lose when it gets later in series, in part because of physical injury and then in part because of mental status. And I do think that that is something that the Jets have to deal with more so than the Blues. And hey, if your team's the Blues, then that's the place you want to be, because that mental weight can weigh you down. Just ask the Jets goalie.
Isn't the confidence level that the Blues will play well? They may not win, but I don't have any sense that they'll just play a terrible. Like, I think they'll play well, may or may not win, like those first 2 games, but I think they'll play well. And then if they do lose, they'll say, well, we'll be back for Game 7. I think their psyche would be fine. I do agree if the Jets lose tonight, they're totally in the tank. It's kind of like a Miami Heat Friday night. Like, oh, God, what are we doing?
And you got the sundresses.
Lost by 53.
Doug, you like fun with percentages. Mm-hmm. In the NHL Stanley Cup playoff series, when the series is tied at 2, as this one is, the team that wins Game 5 goes on to win the championship approximately what percentage of the time?
85%.
Martin.
86%.
Oh.
Little Jackie Papers.
I'll say 70%.
Chairman Kurt.
I'll say 74%.
Chairman Kurt wins 78.8% of the time.
Darn it.
How about the fun fact of the Dallas Stars, if they are leading a series 3-2, are 16-1 in their franchise's history. You know the one time they were leading a series 3-2 and they didn't win?
Blues.
Game 6, Game 7, the Blues won in 2019. Patty Maroon, hometown hero. How do you do?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm trying to remember the parking lot I was in when that goal was scored.
You had to have been in the building.
I was in the bowels of the building, waiting for the game to end to run out and do live shots or interviews or whatever it was. So I had to watch it on TV.
Patty Maroon? You were in the press box?
In the building, no. In one of the entry, like a concourse entry, because we would do some occasional hits from out in the concourse area. What I remember is how quiet the building was. For a huge playoff game, people were so tense.
Yes.
And they kept showing John Hamm up in a suite. And he would just kind of like put a thumbs up, like, it's all fine, it's all good. We were kind of like a cult, like, somebody just tell us it's okay. And then the coolest guy in the building, John Hamm, would just kind of, and everybody would like cheering, all right, we're good. John Hamm's still here. He didn't leave. It was just eerily quiet at times.
That thing, I just remember after the first overtime, saying to my wife, we were watching at home, and I said, or she said, I think, I don't know if I can handle watching more of this. It was so intense. I think you're going to see that kind of intensity, not that to that level, but with 12 hours from now in Winnipeg. This question being posed by some Blues fans, you had Pronger get things going for Game 3, Martin. You had Patty Maroon get things going for Game 4. Who gets things going for the Sundress Showdown on Friday, and would the Blues go to friend of the show, Jon Gruden?
I don't think he has enough of I mean, it's kind of fun. It's kind of random. But is that disrespectful to, like, former Blues players?
That's what I wonder. Do you go former Blues? Do you go John Hamm?
It's probably...
Do you go Jackson, assuming he's there?
Too early for Chase or too early for Hully?
If Chase is there, that's...
Well, no, I'm just saying, do you save it for even the next round? Like, because it's always like a first pitch if the Cardinals ceremony. Do you wait for a bigger game?
I don't know if anything could get you more fired up than seeing Kelly Chase.
No, I agree. I'm just saying, do you save it for down the road?
I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying, like, if Chase is in play, you go Kelly Chase. Jon Gruden, Jackson, you're out.
Yeah, I don't think you can do Gruden. As fun as it, he gets like a Jumbotron mention and he waves and does the whole fist bump and all of that.
What about Dwight Gooden making his way over from Maggie O'Brien? He's now a friend of the show.
That's in play.
I would leave a lot of fans scratching their heads saying, what's going on here?
Gooden and Gruden up in a box, banging the drum.
I think Gruden would get the people going.
No, I think he
would. You think it should be Gruden?
I don't mind it. I'm just saying, I think if you're in the inner circle there, you're kind of going, I don't know, as cool as it would be, as fun as is it a little random for the diehard Blues fans, and is it in some way disrespectful to, like, the alumni?
Yeah, I think Chaser would be numero uno on that one. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would be number one. But I think Gruden would be pretty good in the 2 slot there.
If they went Gruden, it would give you the sense that, look, everybody's rooting for us.
Yeah.
Even people that aren't Blues.
I think he's just so funny too that like it would really.
He could really rant and rave.
Oh, it'd be a
and get him
hit.
going.
It'd be great. I'm just not sure they would do it.
Guys, have Kevin Hayes fire up the crowd. That's from Father Brown. Nobody will forget where they were
1 year
when he acknowledged the crowd unwillingly in the game when he returned with the Pittsburgh Penguins and initially waved the camera off of him and then reluctantly waved for 0.4 of a second, I believe. Is what
The St. Louis Blues would like to welcome back former player, even though it flamed out here and he didn't last long, Kevin Hayes. He's like, hey, what's up? Oh, hi. Okay, thank you. Best fans in hockey. You got it. Yep.
You can give your suggestions, as many are doing. 314-399-9646. The 816, and I believe that's Kansas City, has ranked them as follows. Kelly Chase, number 1. David Freese, number 2. Jon Gruden, 3. Has Freese said anything about going?
I don't know. He just his birthday was just the other day.
42, 43 bills for D. Freese?
Yeah, that sounds right. I haven't seen anything that he's for sure going to be in the building for the
Chris
Sundress
Long doesn't
special.
fly, so he's off the table.
Somebody's suggesting Daddy Padre for his mini
Would you love to see that?
Great service. Never got in the game and never will. No, I don't think he's
I
your
think it's
guy.
a former player.
I am available. Well, no, I won't. I'll be in the Ozarks. Never mind.
You couldn't even make
What a
yourself available
commitment.
to do
What a
like
commitment.
a 30-second hype video?
I would do it if they took a video. Yeah, I could do a video. I could send that in.
I'm available on video, but I
Yes.
can't be there in person because I'm
I'll
at
look
the
live.
Zarks.
I'll do a look live.
All right, so it's going to be Jackson doing a look live from the Ozarks. All right, that puts that discussion to
Would you
bed.
be? Wouldn't you be fired up? If there I was.
I'd be fired up. I'd be delighted.
And then it doesn't roll, and Doug's like, all right, hit the lever, Caruso.
You can get involved in the program, 314-974-0101. That's how you can call in to the show. Collier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, you know anything about Collier and Thompson? I feel like you do.
Well, I do. I've been there, and I've met the people. I met the owners, Bob Strati and Carolyn Beard. Fabulous people. They've been there for more than 20 years now. The business has been around since the 1950s, and their employees have more than 165 years of experience. Why is that important? Because in this business, where they're remodeling homes, you never really know who you can trust in your house, but you do with Collier and Thompson, because they have been there for a long, long time doing great things for St. Louis homes. Whether you need your kitchen remodeled or a new master bathroom or want to redo your whole basement, anything in the house, Collier and Thompson can do that. One thing they've done a lot of lately is to knock out some walls in the first floor, open things up. People always want that open living lifestyle. Collier and Thompson, experts at that as well. They're not going to be the cheapest in town. They're not going to be the most expensive either. They're right there in the sweet spot because they do it right. You ought to go to their website at collierandthompson.com and look at some of the before and after pictures. You will be amazed at the work that they do. Or head on out to their showroom there on Manchester and Baldwin. Have more than 10,000 square feet, more than 20 kitchen displays. You can get some great ideas on how to do it. And I'm telling you, Collier and Thompson, the absolute best in town if you want to make your house look like a show place. Collier and Thompson on Manchester and Baldwin, right there next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
All right, we're going to have Jim Toth from Winnipeg, who hosts the podcast where they're saying this is the moment for the Winnipeg Jets, win or all hell could break loose. He's at 9:30, and I've got what I feel like, Chairman Kurt, is breaking news in my phone from you, a text from Chairman Kurt. Sharon in Frontenac? Is that different than Clayton?
Oh, I would think so.
I think it's a different Sharon. I could be wrong, but this Sharon is in Frontenac.
Wow.
Okay.
Doug, I mean...
Still Central Corridor.
Yeah, if it's Central Corridor, we'll take your calls. We will have Sharon, and she might be Sharon in Clayton. Maybe she's in Frontenac now. She's acquired yet another property. That is on the other side of the break. Mark Han, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour, TMA 101, ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
It'll be a great day to be hopping on a plane, going somewhere warm and sunny like Las Vegas or Hilton Head or any of those 7 Florida destinations, Fort Myers, Fort Lauderdale. You can do all of that at Muscuta's own Mid-America St. Louis Airport. Find them online, flymidamerica.com. Check out the great pricing, great options available from Allegiant, also including, this is something new, going down to Gulf Shores. So if you're packing up the kids, you don't want to do that drive, whether it's Destin, Gulf Shores, you can do it conveniently at a low price from Mid-America St. Louis Airport. You park for a little less than $10 a day. Walking right in from car to gate. They've timed this out. The typical time is about 15 minutes from the car to the gate. That's unheard of in travel these days. It's convenient, it's low priced, and you're going to some great destinations. It is Mid-America St. Louis Airport. Online, flymidamerica.com. Book your next trip. Get it done today.
Hey, this is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The game was rained out yesterday in Cincinnati, so that means, Doug, let's play 2 today. A twin bill as the Cardinals will take on the Reds first at 11:40 a.m. That's with Miles Michaelis towing the slab for the Redbirds. And then they'll play again around 5:40 p.m. with Steven Matz on the mound for the Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Come on, boys. Keep your head on a swivel. Heading for the top, not the middle. People might think I'm crazy, but if we just get hot, we can win this baby. We can win this baby. Skateboard. Oh yeah, the Blues are marching in. Get to them playoffs, boys, just win. We don't care about the first round pick. If you keep these boys together, they're gonna be sick. Colton, Cairo, and the old vet Fowler, neighbors Booch. Come on now, holler. We've been hit hard, but those wounds have calloused. Come mid-June, we could be hoisting that chalice. Oh, we gonna be on there
Doug, they'll be playing it at the Sundress Special. Listen to that muted trumpet.
Is this Tommy Dorsey or Glenn Miller's band?
It's Miller, I think, Martin. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour here on TMA. It's Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 314-889-0503. How many times can you pick up the phone, talk to somebody, and then feel better about your life just because of that conversation? Somehow Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies has that ability. He's a life Sherpa is what he is. Everybody needs a financial advisor, and I am telling you that Mark Hanna is someone you will enjoy talking to. You'll feel better about your situation just by having a conversation for 2 reasons. Number one, you've taken the first step to have a plan. And number 2, now you're talking with somebody who you know cares about getting you to your goals, both short-term and long-term. That's Mark Hanna with Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 314-889-0503. Or go online at evergreenstl.com, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour. Sharon and Clayton actively texting in saying that this is identity theft. She is not happy. This is not her on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Now, in fairness, the caller says they're Sharon and Frontenac.
Right.
But we just kind of, Clayton, Frontenac,
Ledoux
Huntley,
probably has a Sharon.
Ledoux. We just all assume they're one place that we can't get into. But this is Sharon and Frontenac on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Sharon, good morning. You're on with Doug Vaughn.
Good morning, Doug. How are y'all?
Oh, I'm fine. How are you, Sherry Cher?
I'm doing great. Sharon alike. That's right. I've heard it all.
Okay.
No, I am from Frontenac. I don't know the Clayton lady you're talking about, but I just happened to be in my husband's car, and we listen to your show regularly, and we love it. And we have 3 kids that played hockey, but I have a perfect pick for y'all.
What's that?
Wayne Gretzky or Al McGinnis, or even you've got Scott Mellenby, you know, the snake, or the rat.
Right. Well, 3 pretty good suggestions.
Sounds good.
I wonder, do any of those folks live near you in Frontenac? Do you know any of these gentlemen?
Actually, I do not know Wayne Gretzky, but my son played for Al McGinnis, and he is now he's now a goalie at Notre Dame. Okay. And then he also played for Scott Mellenby.
Really?
So, yes, I do know those people.
Okay. That was my read, Tim, that you might know. And excellent people, excellent hockey people. Right. My thought on Al is, they call him Chopper, Doug, is that he might say, that's not really my thing. I think they'd have to really push and nudge Chopper to do it. Whereas Prong's like, I'm coming with my film crew.
And Gretzky couldn't do it. He's kind of an Oilers Kings guy. I don't think he would cheerlead for the Blues. I don't think.
Well, I can text Al if you want me to, because before every game I have to text him because I'm superstitious and text him and say go Blues. So
you
give me a fist bump.
Yeah, let Chopper know that TMA is concerned he may not want to wave the towel. And get us a read and let us know. And we'll talk it over
Sounds
at
great,
Breeze.
y'all. Thanks for all your help.
Well,
Thank
thanks,
you.
Sharon.
There's
She's well connected.
Sharon from Frontenac, and we're going to meet at Brio, you said, Martin, to discuss it?
Yeah, she said thanks for all your help.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is a show that helps people.
Help your neighbor. Call in 969-HELP.
That's correct. Or 314-974-0101. Either way, you land at the same place with Chairman Kurt talking it over with you on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Hey, Sharon, please take that 30A sticker off the back of your car and tape it over your mouth. That's from Steven Time. And we have a lovely call, and that's the kind of response it gets. Take that 30A sticker off the back of your car. Why?
Why are people so mean and rude?
Okay, gaslight girl boss gatekeep.
It's getting meaner.
She was a nice gal.
Martin's looking at it and just says it's getting meaner.
It is.
Sharon from Clayton, different than Sharon from Frontenac, Doug, but we're heavily represented in the Sharon demographic in the St. Louis area.
Somebody else said, hi, this is Sharon in Oakville.
No, every girl or woman who listens is named
I think this is, hey, boys, this is Sharon from Oakville. I just wanted to say hi. I think there's a whole Sharon outbreak.
You can text in, as many are doing unsolicited, 314-399-9646. That's how you can text into the program. Then you got that YouTube chat. It's brought to you by Michelob Ultra, 312 friends. Doug, the Wilmore Park bathroom attendant, is saying that she called in to humble brag. What was the humble brag?
I don't know. That she knows these people, maybe?
That's what Chairman Kurt says.
Yeah, it was in Frontenac.
That's what it was. But, I mean, if she lives in Frontenac...
How's that a brag? You're just telling people where you live.
Living in Frontenac, I mean, that's not a brag.
But it's where she lives. So when she's asked where she lives, what should she say?
No, but she chose to go by Sharon in Frontenac. She could have gone by any other nom de plume.
But there is another Sharon, and if I would have just heard Sharon, I would have gone, oh, that's Sharon, the star of Real Housewives of TMA.
Sure, yeah. You could have gone like Screwy Sharon, you know?
Screwy Sharon.
I think we should have got this Sharon involved in the Real Housewives and kind of had a
Dueling Sharons?
Oh, man. The ratings.
Maybe everyone needs to be named Sharon if they're going to be in
Dueling Sharons.
Throws her Chardonnay at the other one.
That's the spinoff. That's season 2
Sharons.
Dueling Sharons.
All right, Sharon in Melville, call in. Sharon in Arnold, call in. I think this is what we do, Tim. We
need some
workshop a
SoCo
little
representation.
Sharon's back. I don't know if we have time, but
Which one?
This would be Miss Frontenac.
Okay, Sharon Frontenac is back. Sharon, welcome back to the show. You're on with Jackson Burkett.
Yes. The reason, can I give a reason? Am I allowed to give that?
Of course you are. Absolutely.
Is because when I called in, the wonderful man that picks up the phone said, "Are you from Clayton?" And I said, "No, I'm not from Clayton. I am from Frontenac."
Wow, Chairman Kurt, I think that's a fair explanation, don't you?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this, Sharon.
I do. You've got to explain yourself, but I love it. You guys keep going. You're making me laugh, and I think it's great.
God bless America. Thank you, Sharon in Frontenac. That's Sharon in Frontenac, and she's a delight, is what she is.
Thanks for calling Sherry Cher.
If you knew a Sharon, would you call her Sherry Cher?
I guess. I guess that'd be the nickname.
That's the show, huh? No, she could be. There's a lovely, there's a mobile home area over there, right on that on-ramp at Spady.
There was. I think it's been, quote-unquote, removed.
Okay.
I think it's gone.
I was trying to give her an out. You know, this is not an elitist show. This is for everyone. That's why Sharon in Lime, call in.
Sharon and Lime near Hancock, call into the program. A Sharon divided against itself cannot stand. That's from Al in Dadeville. DBA 0 days since yanking it to Nick Chubb workout videos.
Oh,
it's refreshing to see rich white women.
That's who listens to this show.
I think my favorite part of that drop is Jackson almost has a made-up conductor's wand, and he does it right as Jay says each word. Boom, boom, Boom. Rich.
How do you feel about your feet?
Well, I just had some work done on my arthritis.
That's hot.
Hard news is hot. You just can't.
What season is that? 'Cause I may skip over
I think
it.
that was season 8. The delightful Seika was in studio with Kitten Navidad. What a segment it
Like
was.
40 other guys.
Unfortunately, they can't return in part because one has passed on, but the segment was still hot as the fires of hell. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. You are welcome to participate in the program. Many, and I mean many, are doing so in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Little Jackie Papers, I have to hear this. Mad Dog.
What's he upset by?
You know, Bill Belichick sat down to do an interview.
Why?
On CBS this morning, which is usually kind of a light, hey, it's Sunday morning, you're up walking the dog, having some coffee. Here's a little light interview. He does this interview, and it doesn't go particularly well. He's promoting a book. He's asked initially about, there's zero reference to Robert Kraft in the book, not even in acknowledgments or anything like that. And so there's a relatively tense exchange. And then the interviewer from CBS this morning asks about how he met his 24-year-old girlfriend, and then she is off to the side and starts jumping in and telling the interviewer that they will not be talking about that. Another question about the relationship is asked, and then she walks over to stop the Bill Belichick, 74-year-old Bill Belichick, from engaging in the interview. And now Mad Dog, Doug, as you might imagine, has a thought or two.
Okay. Listen, I'll be careful here because I don't want to come across, but I've said this 1,000 times. I'm going to say it again. If Kira Russo came, and she's the same age, if she came home, Dad, can we go out to dinner with my new boyfriend? Yeah, all right, Kira, where do you want to go? Well, we got to have the early bird special. What do you got to watch? The early bird special. No, we got to have the early bird. We got to go out to dinner at 5 o'clock? Really? If it means that much to you, Kira, we'll go out to dinner, we'll have a Manhattan, and we'll go out to dinner at 5 o'clock if it means that much to you. And then she comes home, she gets out of the door, and the boyfriend is 10 years older than me. I'd say, honey, what are you doing here? Do you think there is any shape, way, or form that Bill would allow a coach or a player or his mentor Parcells, a coach or a player, to wear high heels running to a football practice? And it looks like she's got Bill twirled around his finger. Let's call it like we see it. This is a talk show. That's what it looks like to me.
You know,
dog show.
With regard to the age gap, I'm just kind of like, whatever. It's too, I mean, she's 24, she's an adult, he's 73, whatever. God bless, to each their own, I get it. But the interview was so strange that I'm like, what in the hell's going on? Especially for a guy who is famous for handling crap the way he handled it with the media. And in this case, now he's on the receiving end of his 24-year-old girlfriend stepping in and handling the media. I don't even want to say on his behalf. She just cut the interview off.
It's like Bizarro World. It's like a mad, like Bill Belichick is that's who this is all. This is odd. I like how in the middle of that clip, Mad Dog starts speaking another language.
He came home, Dad, can we go out to dinner with my new boyfriend? Yeah, all right, Kira, where do you want to go? Well, we got to have the early bird special. Well, what do you got to watch? The early bird special. No, we got to have the early bird. We got to go out to dinner at 5 o'clock? Really? If it means that much to you, Kira, we'll go out to dinner, we'll have a Manhattan, and we'll go out to dinner at 5 o'clock if it means that much to you. And then she comes home, she gets out of the door, and the boyfriend is 10 years older than me.
Oh, my God.
So he's speaking in cursive there for a little while.
And then the interview, he's wearing an old Navy, not an Old Navy, but a really old Navy sweatshirt. It's got holes in it. I'm like,
he's probably worth $80 million.
What is he doing?
I see Dick Van Dyke is 99. His wife is 53. That's a 46-year age difference.
Good for Dick Van Dyke. 99, still killing it.
Yeah,
still looks good.
strong. Yeah, he does.
All right, the topic in Winnipeg. This is it.
Sharon in Winnipeg?
Not yes. This is Jim Toth in Winnipeg. Might be married to Sharon. I don't know. That is the topic. This is it. Not just for the series. For the franchise, the most important game in Winnipeg Jets history since relocating to Winnipeg from Atlanta 15 years ago. And that is Jim Toth and his co-host on Monday talking it over. He is with us next to give us the Jets perspective coming up. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
If you want that perfect lawn this year, you know who you should call. That would be Green Envy. I have been using the people at Green Envy for a couple of years now, and boy, doesn't my lawn look nice. Some of the neighbors come around, and they just kind of stare at it. They fold their arms and say, where'd you get that lawn? I said, oh, Green Envy. This is a company that's been in business for over a decade now. One of the keys is they only use products that are formulated for our local soil, weather conditions, and turf types. They do not use the generic, cheap, ineffective products that you might try to do it yourself that you got from the big box store. Sometimes those don't work. Green Envy employs a special crabgrass preventer that's a trade secret, and they will put that on your lawn, and then crabgrass and the dandelions and all that won't be such a problem. Their programs have no hidden fees and no contract. They're open Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, to take your calls and answer any questions you might have about your lawn. Their number is 636-655-3609. They really are great. Green Envy, and their website is greenenvylawns.com.
Welcome back. It is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel. It is our pleasure to welcome to the Collier and Thompson phone lines Doug. I was listening to his program on Monday, and he also hosts the Jim Toth Show weekdays on 680 CJOB, co-host of the Jets at noon. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure to get the Winnipeg perspective from Jim Toth. Jim, good morning.
Gentlemen, good morning to you. Thanks for having me on. I love the show.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Jackson was telling us you were listening to the program, and we're a little concerned because we just had the Sharon segment.
We just had a bunch of housewives.
No. I'm not that much of a homer. I've been covering the team since they came here in 2011, but it is what it is. So I think it's gonna. I mean. I'm not going to get ahead of your questions and all that, but I was just in our production meeting today. I said you can throw in all the Hollywood cliches around this core group and everything else, and run M&Ms, lose yourself. This is more than just a game 5 in my mind.
So you do share that, because I was listening to your guys' podcast on Monday, and I'm like, man, I guess when you take a step back, the perspective here in St. Louis is different than that of Winnipeg. Number one, the Blues being an 8th seed, but number two, there isn't really a feeling like, man, the Blues might be in trouble as far as the relationship with the city of St. Louis and the stability of the franchise if they were to lose this series. And I'm not saying the Jets are on their way out of there, but I know there have been attendance issues, and Gary Bettman visited there. So if the Jets were to lose this series, maybe there are more macro impacts than just a lost opportunity. Is that the reason for the importance of this game, Jim?
Yeah, well, and I kind of brought it up on the post-game show on Sunday too. That look, like this is a really good hockey team. We all know that, and for years now. But in this fan base, they need to see something in the playoffs. It was 2018. They went to the Western Conference Final against Vegas, and half of these guys were coming into their prime. And I remember the Connor Hellebuyck quote after the Vegas series in the Western Conference Final. And he was being honest. He was dumbfounded on how they lost, because it was Marc-Andre Fleury who stole that series. But some of his quotes included, I don't get this. I don't understand how this happened. We worked really hard and we did all the right things. And that quote sticks with me, right? Because it's kind of haunted this core of now that they're into their prime and what they need to get done, but they cannot get out of the first round. And the team literally the past 2 to 3 seasons has done a 180 from the regular season. I don't know what it is. It's got to be a mental thing, but they lose their structure. They lose their things that made them successful. And then they're fragile, to be honest with you. Like when they give up a lead, an example is Game 4 in St. Louis on Sunday. They had a great first period. I thought the late goal might hamper them, but I'm like, well, no, that's not a bad goal to give up. It's not a coverage breakdown. It's a deflection off a defenseman's skate to the point, and then that is deflected in past Hellebuyck. So they come out in the third, and I'm like, well, that's Jets hockey, right? This is a team that realistically could have been up 3-1 and just kept pouring it on in the first 10 minutes of the second, and then they get scored on. And if it's 2-2 because they got one, I don't sort of raise an eyebrow. But when they get scored on and then 2 more in the span of 8 minutes and 8 seconds, that's kind of what fans have come to be familiar with come playoff time. So it took them winning a President's Trophy to get the barn sold out again, and I can't imagine if they don't get out of this first round what it would take to get them to buy tickets next year. And look, you mentioned Bettman. There's a lot of things going on here, gentlemen, with the economy and the dollar in Canada and everything that they're going through here in our country, but mostly in our province, in the smallest market in the NHL that prevents people from buying tickets. So I'm never going to tell people to choose groceries over tickets. But as you saw, once this core was really good again and pushing, they sold the barn out. I can't imagine if they don't get out of the first round what the offseason would be and what it would take to sell tickets next year.
How loud has this narrative been just the last couple of years? We're talking about it right now and paying attention to it in St. Louis, but the last couple of summers, has it been, here we go again, what are they going to do? Because they seem like they've stuck largely with the same core. Has this been the conversation now for years, or is it a boiling point right now?
It has been. When they lost to Colorado, I called it the long, cold summer because a lot of these guys have to go home again. But it's different, right? You get to the Western Conference Final in 2018. Things happen the next year or two. we heard all this season about, calluses and scars and things that you've learned. And this was a fourth-place team last year in the National Hockey League and second in the West. This was something those years that you got to lose before you can win. Jared Bednar said this year, I hated that term as coach of the Avalanche. You got to lose before you could win when they lost to Vegas 2 years in a row in the second round. And then they won, and he goes, I totally get it. But I detested that saying before they actually, won the Stanley Cup. That's where the Jets are right now. And so the narrative last year, like what we're talking about now, was the narrative all offseason. And so when they started the season with a record-breaking start in wins, and they continued it on and never really faltered and won the President's Trophy, fans here thought, well, this is finally the year. Like we paid our penance. We've gone through the ups and downs, and now we're set to go. And people were talking St. Louis. You didn't want to play them because they were so hot, and people were saying, well, not Minnesota, but, they got Caprice on it. To me, it's always been about the Jets. No disrespect to the Blues and the great job Jim Montgomery has done there and the quality they've played through the first 4 games. But this is all about the Jets to me. And I know I'm on St. Louis radio, but on paper, this Jets team is deeper and better. And they're just not playing that way because it's playoff time. And so tonight's game, I put a lot of emphasis on, it's because it's the smallest market and it's the number 1 team on no trades. I think you have to make changes this offseason if you don't get out of the first round. But you can't make changes in this market because even if you could get equal value in trade, are those players waving to come? And I doubt they are. So it's kind of like that's the emphasis here in my mind on tonight's game and the series. I don't know how you run it back again, but yet you have to run it back again if it doesn't work out in the first round.
Got to be an awful lot of pressure tonight on Connor Hellebuyck. Are fans up there blaming him for the last 2 games? And if so, is that fair?
It is fair, but I will say this. They've been blaming him for a while. It's his numbers the past 3 playoffs. You can't run from, and he needs to be better. But that being said, we had Kevin Woodley on, the great goaltender analyst, yesterday on Jets at Noon from In Goal Magazine, and he broke it down, perfectly. He said these are things that are going wrong, like in Game 4. Tanev slides to block that shot, and he makes 2 mistakes. He not only doesn't block the shot, but he forces the Blues D-man to pick the other lane, and the other lane was the right lane to get the puck through. So if he blocks that shot, but if he doesn't block that shot but doesn't take his momentum to that spot, the defenseman chooses the other lane, which the goalie analyst was convinced it wouldn't get through to the net. Those are the things that it's part and parcel. Scott Arniel's pretty upfront and straightforward, and I thought he nailed it in the postgame Sunday when he said he knows he can be better, but he needs to help us and we need to help him. And that's how I see this right now. But fans want him to steal a game. Fans want him to save everything. Fans want him to be the Vezina caliber and winning goalie that he is. And so that's why years ago, guys, I was like that. You got to steal a game. I grew up in Southern Alberta watching Kiprusoff in Calgary go to 0-4, and I'm like, oh, wow, like the goalies can just steal a series, steal a game. I'm kind of growing and matured in my hockey sense now to understand that, can Connor Hellebuyck be better? Yes. Does he need to be? 100% he has to be, because your best players have to be your best players, and he's one of their best. But what's happened in front of him the last 2 games needs to be addressed as well, because when you give him a chance, he will make saves that he's not expecting. Normal goalies shouldn't save, but you got to give him that chance. And that being said, he's got to come up with 1 or 2, right? Like Jordan Binnington has. Jordan Binnington stopped a breakaway. Jordan Binnington, had a puck go through him and fell on it in the back. He needs a bounce or 2, but he also needs to be better, just like the best players on this team need to be better. And to go one step further, Connor Hellebuyck, they need some secondary scoring, right? No matter what Connor Hellebuyck does, you can't score 1 or 2 goals against this Blues team.
Jim Toth's our guest here. He's the co-host of the Jets at Noon, and then his own program weekdays from 1 to 2 on 680 CJOB in Winnipeg. In St. Louis, Jordan Binnington isn't even talked about because there is a confidence level that is there from a track record, and I'm sure you and many of your fellow listeners were polling for him a couple months ago in the Four Nations, and he delivered. And, of course, we saw what he did in the Stanley Cup run in 2019. With Hellebuyck, I'm just trying to understand if there is something there that is, for lack of a better term, like yips when the playoffs roll around. Or if the Jets' style is not as conducive to postseason success because teams play differently when April and May roll around, and then that has led to problems for Hellebuck. So I'm trying to understand why a guy goes from being so great in the regular season to having the problems that he has and has had in the postseason.
Well, first of all, I've never met a more confident athlete than Connor Hellebuck. And honestly, same guys, not trying to be funny, to the point where I'm like, is he all right? Like, does he live in our world? Because he literally thinks he can save every shot. He spoke on Monday about the Vezina nod and said he can be better. And he said, you don't have 47 wins and the numbers I put up and get to the playoffs and change your game. So he goes, I'm fully confident I can play. And that's why, again, more emphasis of this game of, well, let's see it then tonight. Like, is he going to come out and make 40-some saves and get a shutout or a 4-1 win? Or is he going to go down 2-0 and then the team in front of him starts playing differently and then he starts maybe reaching? So I'm not sure. He's such an interesting guy, guys. I was here when he was drafted and went to the rookie camp, and I had to stop the interview because he was shaking. And I had to tell him, it's okay. Like, this is going to be fun. And I'm just going to ask you some. And he's like, oh, because he had never been interviewed that much to that point. He came out of a junior league in Texas and then got drafted and got a scholarship. So he's gone from that to being Ric Flair. Like, nothing phases me, and I know what I can do. And we had him on at the start of the year on our Jets at Noon show, and I said, what's your off seasons look like? And he said, it's more compact. And I'm like, compact how? He goes, I'm not looking for things anymore. I'm on the ice in the summer for 90 minutes. I know what works for me. I know what I do well, and I hone that. And I'm not, spending an extra hour after that searching for what about this and what about that. And to be honest with you, this is the best I've ever seen him in the regular season. A lot of people thought he couldn't get better. He's better than last year. His positioning, his anticipation, and his angles are just so strong and smooth. But, the deflections come in, and that's where I say, like, game 3, I'm just watching Busnevich kick it to his stick and put it in, but he's open, right, at the side of the net. Busnevich in front of the net with a tip. It's a great tip and stuff. It just, those are the factors where I'm like, can he get to those? Those are tips I don't expect most goalies to, but Connor Hellebuck isn't most goalies. So, it's never a confidence thing with Connor Hellebuck, to answer your question. So I wonder if it's yips or whatever, but we'll never know because he could get blown out 6-0 and he'll come in tonight and tell us that, they were in the game the whole time and stuff. So, but that's what makes him who he is too, right? But I don't know if he needs to steal a game. I think the whole team needs to be better, but he is one of their best players and he can be better too.
What's number 2 when you guys go to the phone line? Like, year round, is it the Blue Bombers? Is it Jets, like year round? What else resonates? Any, like Blue Jays? I'm just trying to think. And any other Canadian hockey that people would root for outside of the Jets?
Yeah, no, when we go to the phone line, well, the other thing with the team is secondary scoring. And it happened in Colorado last year, too, is Nito Niederreiter, Nemestikov, Perfetti. These are all really good players, Adam Lowry, but they have one goal in this series, and it's an empty netter from Adam Lowry. And it was the same thing that plagued them last year against Colorado. Mark Scheifele was a point-a-game player. Kyle Connor was a point more than a per-game player in the 5 games. But there was nothing from the secondary scoring, and that's what they need to do tonight to beat the Blues, is they got to get more people, contributing than just the top guns and better defensive structure and goaltending. But to the phone lines, that's what it is right now. Bombers had their Canadian Football League draft yesterday, and they drafted a Canadian quarterback, which is unheard of, and it's more unheard of in the second round. And I said today in our meeting, we got to get to that today. Like, that's major news. But it's so much emphasis on the Jets. Now, I do want to say, like, this is a CFL town, gentlemen, compared to some of the other cities in Canada. The Canadian Football League matters. I know Bomber fans that have been generational Bomber fans that don't even follow the Jets in this city, and it's only a city of about 1 million people. Wow. So it is a football town. It is a Bomber town. But at this time of the year, it's and I tell you this, if they don't get out of the first round, all I'm going to hear on social media in the show is, well, hopefully the Bombers can do better this year because this sucked. So they're the number one ticket in town, but there's a 1B and they're not the only ticket. But people just want the success, right? The Bombers ended a 29-year Grey Cup drought in a 9-team league about 5 years ago, and they've since gone to 4 straight Grey Cups. They won another one, and they've lost 3 in a row. They love the Bombers here, but to be honest with you, with the lack of success in the playoffs last year, a lot of people just were more Bombers because of the lack of. This core needs to do this, right? Again, the Hollywood narratives, bring in Tony D'Amato, Al Pacino any given Sunday. I can't do it for you, but either you come together as a team or you die tonight and maybe Friday as individuals, and they've made success as a team game. So they have to do it. And the city and the province is waiting for it. To be honest with you, if you get out of the first round, I'm afraid that they'll act like it's the Stanley Cup because that's how weighted this is right now.
Well, I'll tell you this, Jim, if things quiet down or it's a really bad loss, you just go to the phone line and ask for Sharons to call in. Sharon in Saskatchewan, call in. Yep. That's our default. Yep.
Sharon in Saskatchewan. Well, speaking of the Bombers, that's their biggest rivalry. So nobody. The one other thing we'll hear is, well, no matter what happens, at least we're not Saskatchewan.
At least we're not Saskatchewan. Another T-shirt waiting to be created. Jim, really enjoyed the conversation. Thank you so much for giving us the Winnipeg perspective. Maybe we'll circle back here following the festivities and see what the state of mind is, because somebody is going to be thinking they're wrapping it up on Friday night, no matter what, and somebody thinks it's all going to be over. That is just the nature of playoff hockey. And as we saw with Dallas, man, I'm sure they thought they were done, and they score 11 seconds in, so things could turn quite quickly in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Yeah, it's a beautiful time of the year, no matter what happens, but this is a big one, guys. Call anytime. Love the show. Love St. Louis. Been to many Cardinals games over the years, and always having a cold one and watching the Birds play. So thanks for having me, and enjoy the game tonight.
God bless. Appreciate that, man. Thanks. That's Jim Toth with us here on TMA, joining us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. You can follow him at Jim Toth Sports on Twitter, TOTH, giving his perspective on this Blues and Jets series, and I podcast their program to get the Winnipeg perspective. Everything really is about Connor Hellebuyck up in Winnipeg, as you can imagine.
Seems like it, and I think the Blues would like to keep it that way. They'd like to keep all the pressure and the heat on him.
Softy goes in the first 5 minutes, sweet mother of mercy.
I thought it was interesting, the two things about Hellebuyck, that when he first started, he was nervous as all get out. Although I guess...
I don't know. I thought that was a little...
That's maybe a tell of some sort, that deep down there, but yet now he's extremely confident, and we heard that clip.
Says things that are confident. That's right. I know where you're going. I'm sorry.
He said the other day, like, nobody studied more than I, like, extremely confident.
Right, but that's
Ric Flair,
compensating.
And when you say Ric Flair, I think, no offense to the wrestling fans out there, you think it's a performance as opposed to an actual
right. And then, so contrast that with the famous Jim Thomas Jordan Binnington exchange, and he's just like staring at him like Phil Ivey trying to pick up a read in the World Series of Poker, and he goes, "Do I look nervous?" Like it's just like sociopathic. But that's what you want in a goaltender. In order for a guy at 7, 8, 9 years old to go, sure, I'll choose not to score and I'll stand in there and let guys fire pucks at me. There's usually a little something different anyways. That's why guys who play will talk about, he's a goalie. But you kind of want that. And so that's what I'm trying to get is this thing with why a guy goes from being so great, but then when the playoffs come around, the numbers, as Martin read through the Jets games in the postseasons, not just this year, but the past years, they just go haywire in the other direction. And so I understand where Jets fans are coming from going, yeah, we just don't have any confidence because we've already seen this. This isn't something that is a narrative. This is something that we've seen, so we kind of know what to expect. Just like I said to Jim, I guess if Binnington gives up a soft goal, you're not going to go, crap, has he lost it? You go, okay, he just made a mistake. Whereas if Hellebuyck does, I think they're going to go, crap, do we got to yank him for the third straight game? That becomes the conversation. And I'm sure Scott Arneal in Winnipeg is already going, we got to be ready to see if he falls apart again tonight.
It's about the last reputation you would want for your goalie.
Oh, my
he's
goodness.
not going to be there in the big game, because that'll trickle down to the whole team.
Well, we've seen it here in St. Louis. I mean, that's what St. Louis postseason hockey was famous for a number of years. Some of their best teams were victimized by bad goaltending. A guy, Doug, you said was what looked like scrolling through his phone?
Pay attention, Roman. Pay attention. They're shooting. They're scoring on you from center ice.
Owen Nolan, Martin, President's Trophy, Game 7.
Wish we had the audio because Roman, he was a super nice guy. After the game, he says, the puck is lucky, but for them, not me. And you're like, oh, it's a lucky puck, but it went the other way.
That's right.
Jonathan Taves is from Winnipeg. I've been reading up people from Winnipeg. And they drafted, Tim, who was it that you had them drafting in the, I had the quarterback's name called up.
Oh, Darnell Coles, I think, right?
Taylor Elgers. Taylor Elgers
rolls off the tongue.
Is the
What
new
noise did you make after saying that name?
That's like whatever Mad Dog was doing when he found out.
Gotta help. He wants to have a Manhattan with his daughter. And then the boyfriend wants to have an early bird special. His daughter's boyfriend.
Yes, what game do you want to watch?
Same age as Bill Belichick.
Email in Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. The program's called TMA, and it airs on 101 ESPN.
The St. Louis Zoo cares for about 12,000 animals. That's year-round, and that represents nearly 450 species. The St. Louis Zoo has a great impact, obviously, on wildlife and conservation, and because of that, Together Credit Union has partnered with them to offer you the exclusive St. Louis Zoo debit card. The Zoo debit card is going to round up the change from all your transactions and donates that money to the St. Louis Zoo. Your donations are going to help further their mission of animal care and management. In addition to that, you've got the debit card. That means you're going to get special perks for parking, attraction tickets, discounts, a lot more. All you have to do is sign up, and if you do it now, you'll get that sea lion plush toy with that St. Louis Zoo debit card. Pretty simple. Open it up and give back. Do it by going online, togethercu.org. That's one way to do it. Or stop by any of the 14 area locations, Together Credit Union, 14 branches throughout the St. Louis area. Team it up with the St. Louis Zoo. Get that new slick debit card. Sign up online, togethercu.org. For full terms and details, Together Credit Union is federally insured by NCUA. Wait a minute. Jackie.
What's up?
Are you watching tonight? We didn't even disclose, did we? You broke the curse on
I thought
Sunday.
he immediately said no.
Well, I wouldn't stay up for the whole
Stay
game.
for the whole game.
So how are you going to handle it?
I'll probably watch the opening frame there.
Opening frame. Doug, you have a problem with that?
It's not called a frame.
Says who?
Everyone.
Maybe
you
a
call it?
stanza? We'll give you that.
Stanza? All right, I'll
First
watch the opening
period.
stanza.
Okay.
First period. All right. Guess we'll accept that.
Black Eyed Peas, Doug, Will.I.am, and Fergie.
Okay.
And then there was Apple D. Bop.
And there was the guy who didn't
Apple
talk.
D. App.
There's some guy who didn't talk. He had long hair.
Did he have to give his mic to Ed Herman? He couldn't talk? What?
I have to look up his name. He's like, I swear, he never talked.
Taboo.
Thank you, Chairman.
That's Chairman Kurt right there. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. After Dan Jansen went after Buck Swope, I can't even imagine what the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day is going to be like today. That's coming your way at 10:45. Jamie Rivers giving us the Blues perspective in Winnipeg, where he'll be on the call tonight in the 8 o'clock hour. And just now, Jim Toth from Winnipeg, the Winnipeg Sports Talk Radio host, giving us the Jets perspective. And it really does sound like, I thought they might downplay like the crisis situation they're staring at from a franchise stability standpoint. If anything, maybe I undersold it. In Jim's mind, he goes, yeah, they're going to have to blow this thing up if they don't win tonight. And you might want to spend money on players and bring players in. The problem is Winnipeg is, as he said it himself, at the top of the no trade lists for players. So how do you improve? This is a core that's been together for a while. You talked about the 2018 Western Conference Final against the Golden Knights. We saw them lose the following year to the Blues in 6, and they have had a lot of unfortunate runs in the postseason come to an end in losing streak form. They open up the series with a win, and then they proceed to lose 4 straight. In this case, opening up the series with 2 wins, and now they are facing the test tonight. Everything centering around Connor Hellebuck from the perspective of Winnipeg Jets fans and hosts. From the 618, watching Hellebuck not play well in the last couple games reminded me of Kershaw blowing it against the Cardinals in the 2014 NLDS. That's from the 618. Clayton Kershaw certainly had his issues in the postseason.
Mm-hmm. I'm happy that Winnipeg is in a panic and all, but I think maybe they're overreacting. I mean, they have a very good team. Well, why would you blow it up just because your goalie had a couple bad games?
I guess if you never win with that group, though, at what point do you say? And I think Armstrong had to figure it out with Oshie, Backus, Berglund. Remember that crew? And they were waiting for him to break through. Finally, he traded Berglund, and they win the Cup without him. But I do think the fact they can't really rebuild because nobody wants to go there is a major, like, he paints a pretty bleak picture for the franchise. If nobody wants to go there, how do you add quality players?
You trade for young guys, I guess, or you sign restricted free agents like the Blues just did.
Yeah, should have done that Edmonton maneuver.
They've done it. They've certainly put together a quality team.
By drafting well back in the day. God, it does sound like the whole.
It's on the brink up there. It's on the brink up there.
Like
the 22-year-old listener who drove the minivan up to Winnipeg yesterday, he's feeling it. I would imagine a little different than perhaps we are in St. Louis. Is just like excitement, and can't wait. Got Game 6, no matter what, coming back here. Confidence from that standpoint. And in Winnipeg, they're going, oh, my God, this could be the end. For the record, True North Sports and Entertainment is the team's ownership, and they say they are committed to keeping the Jets in Winnipeg. Gary Bettman has given them a vote of confidence. He went up there and visited. So they did sell out the building, but as Jim Toth said when he was with us in the previous segment, it took them winning the President's Trophy to get to that point.
By the way, Quarter Pound Winnipeg minivan guy texted in.
Yes.
And said he had an updated section number. So he is, I think he
was he moving up in the building?
It looked like he was in a different section than he announced. So we've alerted the FanDuel Sports Network folks. It looked like he also texted in to the afternoon show with Rivs and the boys yesterday with his update. He was 6 hours outside of Winnipeg at that moment. Looking forward to his screen time after the Blues take that early lead on a fluky goal, maybe a greasy goal, Doug. Just get right in front. Then they cut to him up in 327.
Yeah, with that red retro on. Why does no one want to play in Winnipeg? Thanks. That's from the 314.
Because Canadian taxes are tough, and it's not Las Vegas or Southern California or Dallas or New York or Chicago. It's not a very interesting city for a young guy to live in.
Now, with
that's part of it.
With that said, if we can have some self-awareness here, this isn't either, but yet not only have the Blues been able to get players here, when guys get done playing, many choose to live here. So I realize like the initial, well, it's Winnipeg, but I mean, if you're sitting in, take your pick of like probably 15 other NHL cities, you go, well, it's St. Louis. But St. Louis has been able to overcome that.
Yeah. Well, it's also not minus 30 degrees here.
So, I mean, is it
January.
as simple as the weather? But I mean,
I think the Blues franchise has a really good reputation around the hockey world. I mean, even Cam Fowler, who wasn't planning on coming here, talked to enough people, and they said, you're going to love it. So it's kind of back in the day with Jocketty getting players, Edmonds and McGuire to come here. He'd say, once you're here, get that fan experience. You're going to love it. You're going to stay. I think it's a credit to the teams and their fan bases that it is a destination. Now, the fact that they stay after, if you're a Blues player and you got all that money, you could live in California. I think David Backus lives in Orange County. He's like, I grew up in Minnesota. What do you want me to say? And now he's living in Orange County.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't blame any of these guys to move to Florida or somewhere warm.
As I look at the Blues roster, I think the only free agent really that they've signed here to come from somewhere else is Justin Falk, right?
That was a trade.
Came here from Carolina.
We were the big city compared to Raleigh.
I think he was a free agent.
Was a free agent? Hell, I
all
don't
the
know.
other guys are homegrown or
I
traded
think
for.
Was it Edmondson?
I thought there was Joel Edmondson, but maybe I'm wrong. The good news is we can look this up in our encyclopedias tonight at home and get back to the listeners
All
tomorrow.
right.
Encyclopedias.
And have that information.
Traded to the Blues in exchange for Joel Edmondson.
Oh, you're right. Okay.
Dominic Bach and a 7th-round pick.
Well, Krug would have been the free agent.
Big sign.
Yeah.
And we're grateful that happened.
Not so much. But everyone else is homegrown or you traded for him.
He was a trade, Doug.
Okay,
That's
sorry.
some man
I was thinking
love.
Krug.
Wooden Shoe 02. Falk was a trade.
Okay.
Calm down, everybody. It's game day. Let's not be so
All
tense.
right. So Krug was the defenseman who signed as a free agent. And really the only, as I look at the roster, I think that's the only free agent that they had to lure here.
And Ryan Suter was on the scrap heap. I mean, they've gotten the most out of him. I think he was getting paid by Minnesota and Dallas this year. He's getting paid by 3 different teams.
Nice.
There's no Clayton in Winnipeg, Doug. That's from Trey Mason. You remember him? Missouri stopped him in the 2013 SEC
No,
championship.
he ran for like 800 yards that night.
He was a member of the St. Louis Rammies.
Yes, he was. Didn't do a lot here.
Whoa.
But, a lot of them didn't do much here.
Guys, what about Saad? That's from Brett Hull's mullet.
Brandon Saad.
I was watching that Vegas game last night and saw him out there. Skate, boys, skate.
Good for him,
Brandon
man.
Saad and the Blues see each other in the Western Conference Finals.
He kind of was very cordial to like, fine, just let me loose. Like left money on the table.
Yes,
kind of
lots of
believed in himself that he would catch on somewhere else. And you kind of needed him. That was a good move by Army also to kind of nudge him out the door to open up some opportunity here. It's all about runway.
They traded Edmondson for Falk.
We got it.
And he had to awkwardly sit through the banner raising. That's from the Crystal Sea Clam Hammer.
I'm talking big-time free agents where they threw a lot of money at it. I was thinking it was Falk. It was Krug. Okay,
You're getting owned right now.
All right, I know.
Oh, Chuck is weighing in.
Chuckles Marlowe.
Who's rooting for his kids' sporting events to be rained out so he can watch Blues hockey.
Get involved on the program. Many are 314-399-9646. Then you got that YouTube chat. 276 friends of the Feather gathered like Bach Hog, Ryan Crawford, DJ Patty Cakes, and Darth Missouri, who says it's a loss tonight.
Oh.
Could be. Don't know.
But then you'd be like, okay, Game 6 is in St. Louis.
I really don't. I don't think any outcome, even if they got blown out, but that's kind of a bummer. All right, Got to win the next two. It was their turn to win one. No big deal. I just feel like that's their psyche, which has got to help playing the game that way.
That's the thing that stood out to me throughout this whole thing. Yeah, we're good. And I initially thought it was a line, and I understand when Jim Montgomery, when Parayko went out, what else is he going to say? He's not going to go, well, tough. We'll do our best here the next few games, but what are we going to do? We just lost our guy who's been our MVP this year. And no, he's like, no, I'm not worried. I would have been worried a month ago, but now these guys believe, and we're going to be fine. And I'm like, okay. And then sure enough, they didn't lose for like a month. So Dylan Holloway, Tyler Tucker, Robert Thomas, not 100%. I'm sure plenty of other guys are beat up. We don't know about it. Fine. We'll be fine. It's a mindset, and that's a great mindset to have. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, you have the pressure, you have the tension, you have heads down. I think when one of your best players looked and sounded like he sounded after Sunday, that's not a great thing. But at the same time, Doug, you talk about puck luck, and a bounce can go your way, and the next thing you know, everything changes.
Hard to control that, and it determines the outcome of a lot of games.
Hey, guys, real quickly, if you could, how does anyone remember that time Army traded Edmondson to the Hurricanes? Do you remember who we got for that? Thanks. That's from the two-pump chump.
I had forgotten.
I do remember the awkward banner raising because it was the next year. They were and all the players were like, woo, what a moment. And Fox just got to sit in there like, yeah, I'm the new guy here.
Part of it.
Should have gone to onboarding.
Yeah, and that's where you got to go, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, a lot of onboarding. Today, look at in the outline, it says segment 3 today. When multiple Sharons call in, how should a host handle it?
Oh, wow. They're tending to that today. That's perfect timing.
So I'll follow up on that.
Guys, the Blues will win 5-2 tonight, and the White Wave will become blue with sorrow, and the Blues come home with a chance to clinch on Sundress Friday. That's from Ironhead. Doug, you remember him with the St. Louis Rams?
Yep, Craig.
No, yeah. Well, now he texts in and predicts Blues games and Sundress Friday. Martin's headed to onboarding. We are heading into the 10 o'clock hour. The program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Well, the Pacers are heading to the second round of the NBA playoffs after a come-from-behind win, 119-118. Halliburton with 26 points. Those are another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Bennington gloves, catching dreams to save. Every shift we skate like warriors brave. Joe Blues love got us on a roll. Thomas and Kyle gonna light up the goal. With the note on our chest, we won't stop a flop. 2025, we're bringing home the cup. The puck drops, the hustle's begun. St. Louis rising, roaring is one. We grit for glory till it's all done. Every slap shot screams we're second to none.
Oh, dog, indeed, indeed.
Yes, oh gosh, indeed.
It's TMA 101 ESPN program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Send your emails in about 35 minutes. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, joined earlier in the program by Jamie Rivers, who is in Winnipeg for Game 5 tonight in St. Louis. And to get the perspective of this is not made up, Winnipeggers, Jim Toth joined us. He hosts a show on Winnipeg Sports Talk Radio and also Jets at Noon podcast. So you can watch that program and get the perspective of Winnipeg, where they are certainly on edge for tonight's festivities. Doug, this is a brief aside, and this is meant just for me and you. Is
okay.
Oh, I don't know how many years combined working in St. Louis. I guess we have more than 50, 60 years combined between the two of us. What does it say that we are in April in St. Louis? The Cardinals have a doubleheader today, and I think even talking about it would piss people off because they want us to be focused on the Blues. What does that say?
Well, it says when the Blues are hot, people know they can win this baby, and everyone gets caught up in a good team with a chance to win a championship, while the Cardinals happen to be in a down time in their franchise.
I just don't know if I can recall a time in my 25 years working here and before that watching television and listening to sports talk radio in which not only are people focused on the Blues, and I understand that, they just don't even want to talk about the Cardinals. That's a dangerous place to be. In an hour and a half, the Cardinals will play Game 1, theoretically anyway. They've got some rain issues in Cincinnati today of a doubleheader, and then they will have an 11:35 start tomorrow if they get both games in today to wrap up the series back to St. Louis, and they'll take on the Mets, who are enjoying skull-pounding teams that come their way. They are putting up some runs, so the Cardinals will be put to the test there because they're going to have to burn through some pitching with a doubleheader today, and then the Mets come to town this weekend. It's quite a situation. But I do want to talk about this. Katie Wu was on Foul Territory, and she was talking about the Arenado situation because while the Cardinals have been kind of okay, I guess, I think you would probably have set the over-under for their win total at this point in the season right around where it is if you were, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Don't you think? This
not
is
much higher, not much lower.
Exactly. There's still a situation with a guy who could very well wind up in Cooperstown and Nolan Arenado, and here's what she had to say about how that is tracking.
The question about Nolan Arenado is going to be just how much longer is he in St. Louis? And that is a question that seems impossible to answer. And the reason for that is because it's going to depend on what the team does. The Cardinals are 12-16. I will say, not a good record, but I think they're better than what the record shows. In the 28 games they've played, 18 have been decided by 3 runs or fewer. So they've just been on the losing end of a lot of late inning games. Their bullpen has been a problem. Nolan Arenado's play has been much better. That's his 3rd homer of the season here. Defense looks good. His mindset is much better. He's playing a better quality of baseball than we've seen over the last 2 years. So if we're going by the way that Arenado looks at the plate and how he's been on the diamond for the first month, yes, I think you're getting a better version of him that we saw in 23 and 24. However, the Cardinals play in a division where if you hover around 500, you're still considered in it. And I think we're going to go down to the wire for the trade deadline to see what they're going to do. My gut feeling tells me, Alana, that if these St. Louis Cardinals are around 500 and somewhat in contention for a playoff spot, I do not think John Mozeliak in his final year as president of baseball operations is going to just hang in the towel, right? I think he's going to look to add incrementally. Trading away a future Hall of Fame third baseman wouldn't necessarily seem to fit that plan, but I really think Arenado's future hinges on how the team looks over the next few months.
Katie, we went foul territory on the Arenado thing. If the Cardinals are hovering around 500, the Rockies could win 20 straight, Doug, and they still wouldn't be 500, and it's April 30th. They are 4-25.
Lost 8 in a row.
An ugly-looking record.
4-25. They look up at my Chicago White Sox, who are 7-22, but still well below the pace I need them to get to cover the over of 53.5 on the win total there. So, Doug, it's fun in Colorado and the south side of Chicago where they have a combined 11 wins.
Boy. Wouldn't you think that there are some AAA teams out there that could go 4-25 against Major League competition?
Yes.
I bet there are.
Yes, I do.
And you look at the Rockies lineup, it kind of looks like a AAA team. There's a lot of names you never heard of unless you really follow it closely.
Todd Helton?
No longer there. Benny Castillo's gone.
Big Cat, Andres Colorado.
El Gato Grande.
Out.
Oh, boy. Yeah, Doug, you're not lying.
Yeah.
Identify members of the Rockies and win a prize. We'll be doing that at the St. Gabriel School Picnic this year. Maybe they could use some mentality visits if you're dealing with low energy and low motivation, which I would imagine is the case there. They're probably tired all the time. I don't know about weight gain, but they're probably feeling anxious, moody, irritable, lack of focus, mental clarity. Maybe going 4-25 leads to low libido would seem likely. You want to talk with Mentality. Mentality is a local healthcare facility. It specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. It's board-certified physicians providing a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis all during your first visit. It's Mentality. I've been out there. I've been tested, was in and out in 20 minutes. Couldn't have been more friendly or easy. This year, stop settling for a fraction of your potential. Mentality is saying to you, check them out at mentalityhealth.com/radio. Find out how you can book an appointment or find a limited time deal. mentalityhealth.com/radio. Send your emails in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today. You want to be the TMA listener of the month for April? Today is the last day to submit your application. Your application, takes 20 seconds to fill out, Jackson, at the most?
Yeah.
You can keep your anonymous name. That's important. TMASTL.com, and then we will have our papal conclave to determine the April listener of the month here on TMA. Shows presented to you by Brown and Croup, and this is 101 ESPN. From the 314 Jackson. Hey, Jackson, can I please go by the mayor of Pilot Knob, Missouri? I'm sorry, Jackson, right? 24 hours you can, but right now it's April 30th, and Jackson will only update your text name and give you a text name if you want it. May 1st through May 8th or May 7th?
Here's what I'll do. I'll extend, because I'm out on Friday.
Oh!
I'll extend it all 5 days next week. So
Unbelievable.
Monday
what a
through
gesture.
Friday.
Chairman Kurt, you're on the ones and twos on Friday.
I am, but I will not be changing any names.
No.
Wow.
No, Steve,
Doug, will you go over there and change the names?
Yeah, I'll change a few. I'll block him is what I'll do.
Yeah, that's a dangerous game. I'll do, so tomorrow I'll change names, and then Monday through Friday of next week, I'll change them because I won't be here on Friday. So that's my grace to the listeners.
This guy shows grace.
Okay. Try to.
Thank you.
I try to.
So you're here on tomorrow's program, gone on Friday.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yeah, I will be here tomorrow.
Right.
And tomorrow, a little vertical tease, Adam Wainwright in the program again tomorrow.
Adam Wainwright.
9 o'clock tomorrow.
Bernie Federico and Jeremy Rutherford.
Yeah, good little
Maybe
program.
we'll check in with that Jimmy Toth, see how things are doing in Winnipeg.
I like him a lot.
Yeah,
I'm
he's a good
a
guest.
Jim Toth lemming.
You're welcome to get involved on the program in so many different ways. 314-399-9646. Send your emails in. JV golf coach won the month of April, but you can still compete with the greats. See if you can get your jersey dirty on the last day, because, we're going to clean them up and get ready for clean jerseys tomorrow to start May 1st.
Okay.
And we'll all be over at the Maypole celebration at Villa following the program.
Do we have to go?
Oh!
We get to go.
Thank you, Chairman.
After the show, we're going to Villa to dance around a maypole?
Well, we won't. But I bet there'll be like an hors d'oeuvres table of some sort.
Doug, have you had a chance to see Hamilton?
No.
We go from the Maypole at Villa to going to Hamilton. That's kind of the old money we are.
Okay.
Well, Lin-Manuel Miranda, you may know him from Curb Your Enthusiasm or Hamilton. And he is working on a picture, do you say? Yeah. Or do you say movie?
Film.
Talkie.
About the Molina brothers. How about that? Here's the audio of Lin-Manuel Miranda.
Yeah.
I'm working on, I'll tell you something I'm working on, which is the Molina brothers, who are from my dad's hometown of Vega Alta, Puerto Rico. Vega Alta is home to like an appalling number of Major League Baseball players, not just the Molina brothers, Bernie Williams. It's really incredible. So to be able to honor that in a movie is something we're really actively trying to do.
Like some of the greatest athletes, Yadier Molina, one of the greatest catchers.
Yeah, we claim them. We claim them for Vega Alta.
Well, we can only name one other. He's an appalling number like Bernie Williams.
So you want to fight Lin-Manuel?
No, I don't want to fight him. I just thought he was going to list off 6 or 7.
That would have been a good place for your and such. Bernie Williams and such.
Right. At all.
You kind of went a little John Miller there with the accent floating in and out.
Puerto Rico.
I think it's pretty cool. Mm-hmm. Little Molina Brothers movie. The last St. Louis athlete that made the movie about Doug was
Kurt Warner.
There you go.
That was a good movie. I was expecting it to be really cheesy and
I haven't
bad,
watched
but
it.
it was good.
Is it
quite
really?
good, yeah.
Have you seen it, Jackson?
No, what was that guy's name who played him? Zach, American Underdog is the name of the movie. That would have been Zach
Cole?
Zachary Levy.
The only problem I had with it is Marshall Faulk was kind of chubby. Kind of chubby. Of all the people you're going to cast as Marshall Faulk, you get a chubby running back? Come on.
Yeah.
I don't know what this is in reference to, but Maxwell Hung just texted in turd.
Okay. That's nice. Nice thing to text in.
Just checking to see if my text inbox name is current. Love the show. Let's go Blues. And that comes from the text inbox. That's the name of the texter.
You can't
That's
have
so
that
meta.
name. Don't give him that name.
Don't give the name the text inbox in the text inbox to the text inbox?
If he insists on it, block him.
Does he want his name changed to Turd?
No, that was Maxwell Hung.
Block him.
Guys, movie was better than expected, but Doug's right. Falk was chubby. It's from Pele Blanco.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it happens.
I mean, he wasn't in it a lot. Just there was a couple scenes there where you could see number 28 running. So who's the fat guy?
And then Dennis Quaid played Vermeil. It's pretty good.
I think that's right, yeah.
I guess I got to watch this.
Yeah,
I kind of figured
good.
it would be warm garbage.
No, it isn't.
Wow.
It is not.
A baseball movie that I thought was going to be terrible and wound up being great, even though it certainly took license with the truth. is Moneyball.
Ah, the best.
I remember when they're going to do a story on the A's and Billy Beane. That's going to appeal to nobody. And then they did it, and I'm like, I really enjoy that movie.
So good. So good.
For some reason, I was watching the end of Hoosiers again last night. It was on cable. And I was thinking it was so cool that this happened, and then I got to reading, and a lot of it didn't happen.
Oh!
They had the year wrong. In the movie, it was 52, and it really happened in 54, and they said a lot of it was embellished and changed.
And Gene Hackman didn't really fall in love with Barbara Hershey?
No, he didn't. They're just co-workers. Still a great movie, but it was hardly a documentary.
No, and most features.
Yeah, they said it was inspired by a true story, not
so
a
that
true
team,
story.
A team from a small town won the Indiana State Championship. That part's true, but the head coach wasn't a woebegone coach who had been kicked out of basketball for beating a player.
No, and he didn't.
But I was watching the Indiana Bobby Knight 30 for 30 for whatever reason last night, just for like 10 minutes. As the pills were starting to set in, and they interviewed the director. Is it Angelo Pizzo, who's from Bloomington, Indiana?
Angelo Pizzo.
And Norman Dale's character, Gene Hackman's character, was based on at that time Bobby Knight.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That is it. So the head coach of that team that won the state championship wasn't necessarily a violent gentleman.
Yeah, Angelo Pizzo directed. He also directed Rudy.
Another true story.
Okay. Yeah, that one's 100% true.
Thank you.
No, but anytime you're making a feature, especially like it's based on true events or based on a real story.
Inspired by.
Right, but they can take as many liberties as they want.
Sean Astin and I are approximately the same size. Well, Sean Astin and Rudy. Sean Astin's taken a different route health-wise here over the last few years. But I think if you line me up against an ACC defensive line, offensive line, I'm going to break through 1 out of 3 times for a sack.
You'd get your sacks.
Thank you.
There's no doubt about that. And the crowd would certainly yell, Tim.
And carry me off on the field. Now, unfortunately, as it turns out, per Joe Montana, they were laughing at him. It was a joke. But the way the film ended, it was portrayed as no other Notre Dame player has been carried off the field since.
Right.
Maybe Reggie Ho.
Well, it's still a good movie.
That's right.
As long as you keep it in perspective.
What do you mean by that?
You're not watching a documentary here. Just a picture.
Yeah, I think you expect audiences to be able to tell the difference.
Besides American Underdog, Dennis Quaid played an ex-college football star from Louisiana and Everybody's All-American in 1988. That's from the 618. How about that, Doug?
Yeah. Wasn't that like John Goodman's first role?
I thought that was Dan Connors in Roseanne.
No.
What about the football coach in Revenge of the Nerds?
I don't remember who that was.
I think that was John Goodman.
Oh, was it?
The chubby actor that played Marshall. O.J. Simpson was his name.
Cut it out.
Seriously?
O.J. Keith Simpson out of Kansas City.
Huh.
What a bad beat on a name.
Yeah, that's a very bad beat.
You go with
Rudy's not a good movie. Lay off the crack, Doug. That's from the 314. Now they're not happy with you.
Rudy was good. You didn't like Rudy? I thought Rudy was good.
The 314 did not, and he also wants you to lay off the crack before you come on the air.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'll do my best.
Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email that is coming up in about 10 minutes, 15 minutes here on the program. The program is called The Morning After. Mark Milton is a sponsor. We were supposed to shave strokes with Mark Milton, the two of us today, and the conditions, unfortunately, are going to have to delay that round.
He'll just head back to the office and solve some tax issues that people are having. That's what he does. That's who Mark Milton is. He's the STL tax lawyer. Any kind of tax problems that you might have, maybe the godforsaken tax man has rapped on your door one too many times. You don't know what to do. Maybe you got behind on your taxes. You forgot to pay. You didn't file for 1 year, and now the IRS is coming after you. The guy that you got to talk to is Mark Milton. You wondering about his credentials? Well, he started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. So this guy is certainly one of the best in the entire country, and we're lucky enough to have him right here in St. Louis helping individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. You got any kind of issue with the IRS, call Mark Milton, and you'll be saying, no, I'm not guilty. I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision, and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, Jim Montgomery asked about Suter making his return tonight. He said, I got to give him credit. It was hard to do when you respect the player so much and what he's done in the league for years and how much he's helped us this year. You make a decision and you live with it, but that day I told him that he was going to be a healthy scratch. That practice, he was unbelievable. He's a pro, and I know he's going to be good for us. It was just a gut feel, and put him back in. We're getting our number one penalty-killing defenseman back in. So that's Jim Montgomery on Ryan Suter returning tonight, as Tyler Tucker will not be playing. When asked about Jordan Binnington allowing 7 goals on 73 shots at 5-on-5, but of those 7 goals against, 6 have been high danger chances. He has stopped 14 of 20 high danger shots. Montgomery said this morning, it's the confidence and swagger that he gives the rest of us. The way he carries himself in the crease, you can almost feel the body languages. I got it, boys. Just go do your job. I got the rest. That's the way he makes us feel. It's Jim Montgomery. And if that were a tweet, it would be considered trolling Connor Hellebuck and Scott Arneal.
Oh, gosh. Well, it sure makes a difference when you got a goalie playing really well in the playoffs.
A hot tender.
Mm-hmm.
Hot tendies?
With full of confidence. Yeah. Who would you rather have in there right now than Binnington? And he went through a period early this year where he really struggled a little bit. Remember, we were having the discussion, is it time to trade him? Is Hofer... It's time here now, and boy, he sure turned that around in a big way.
I mean, you wanted to trade him, not really anybody else.
Well, I didn't really want to trade him.
You wanted to start Hofer, not really anybody else.
There was times this year where Hofer was better.
Well, you know what? Sometimes we get it right. Most of the time we get it wrong. And that has been the brand for 2 decades. TMA. Mm-hmm. We're wrong most of the time. Mm-hmm. Thanks for listening.
Cut. Promo.
Thank you. Suter was also a UFA signing. It's in the 636.
Yeah. They've signed a few veterans here and there, but it's not like the team is built around free agent signings.
Homegrown.
Mm-hmm.
Doug, we got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up here in a matter of moments. But James Carlton's always the sponsor of Missouri Athletics, and I've got some news regarding a Missouri Athletics that you're going to want to hear. James Carlton, I'll give it to you momentarily. James Carlton's online at carltoninsurance.net. He's my insurance agent. I think a lot of people just kind of inherit their insurance agents, either from parents or from friends who get into the industry, and you go, okay, I guess I'll do it. I don't know. And then it's kind of awkward because at some point you got to go, I'm not sure I got the best person, because the best person is James Carlton, and I don't have him, so therefore I now know I don't have the best person, and I got to get something taken care of, and they're not getting back to me. They're taking the business relationship for granted because there's a personal relationship, and now I got a problem on my hands.
You ran out of breath there.
Like Mad Dog talking about the pitchers not being allowed on his son's show. Make the switch to James Carlton, 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. I did. I made the switch, and I couldn't be happier that he has been my insurance agent for 6 years. Well, here's the news, Doug. Get ready for it.
Okay.
Joe Lunardi has released his bracketology.
No, we don't know who's going to be on the teams yet.
Give me a little 8 seed action.
Well, Missouri, once again, kind of the same vicinity as last year with the trip to Winnipeg or Wichita, same thing.
Yeah, right.
Missouri's going down to Oklahoma City as a 6 seed.
City already.
And it'll be a rematch from the TJ Moe Miracle. As Missouri will take on San Diego State in the first round. 6 versus 11. That's in Oklahoma City. That'll be fun, but disappointing because, of course, St. Louis has first-round games next year.
Yeah.
And
but this is a joke, right? Where he picks who you're going to play and where.
No, it is on ESPN.com, and it just debuted. And Dillinois gets to play in St. Louis, but they're a 7 seed. Dillinois gets to play in St. Louis as a 7 seed, but Missouri doesn't get to play in there as a 6 seed. Do you have a problem with that?
Yes, I have a problem with all of this.
Maybe a slow roll.
The whole idea of it. Why don't we save it and see if he gets anything right at all? See if he gets one team's location and seed right.
I'm fired up.
I don't like your attitude, Doug.
I don't like the fact that you don't think Whale is going to be a 12 seed again.
How would you know?
Oh, they were good last year, Doug. Whale.
So
they playing like a high school
seed.
gym.
Yeah, they'll be in
of course,
Portland, though. Do you disagree that they should be shipped out to Portland?
Who
I mean,
cares?
they
Who
fly
knows?
out from the Atlantic and they land in the Pacific, and now we're supposed to take out Orchid Swan, John Calipari?
Yeah, Moda Center.
All guessing.
The house that Dame built.
Be fun to see SEMO in there, though. They're going to take on Houston.
Where's that in?
Okay.
That's in Oklahoma City as well.
Oh,
So
nice.
Missouri fans will get a chance. Of course, we saw SIU Edwardsville take on Houston in Wichita,
close.
and now Missouri fans will get a chance to see Houston take on SEMO.
Do you think there are people that actually take this seriously?
You're looking at two of them right here.
So you're planning right now your trips.
I was going to say, I was looking start looking at hotel rooms in OKC.
Oh.
Friend of the program, Josh Schertz. Billikens are not in this tournament.
So why even play this season? Just take the year off.
And focus on 27?
Right, because it's been predetermined.
Just practice.
You surprised Auburn's down to a 4 seed playing high
I'm not surprised by any of it because he's made it up.
Blues pull.
Well, St. Louis hosts a regional, and Illinois gets a 7 seed. Missouri gets a 6. They get to play in St. Louis. Missouri doesn't. I'm furious.
Okay.
And you'll want to check out my my Instagram live about it coming up. But Jackson and I are doing the
Yeah, I was gonna
QFTA
say.
coming up at 11:15 on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Woot woot!
Yeah, Woot is right.
YouTube.com/TMASTL. Send your questions, comments, hate mail. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up next. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Caw-caw. Do you hear that, Battlehawks fans? That's the sound of Battlehawks football. And guess what? They're playing on Friday. It's part of the Sundress special. You got the Battlehawks in town, the Cardinals in town, and the Blues in town. The Battlehawks are playing, and Lee's Chicken, who's going to be out to Dotem, giving out lunch on Thursday and Friday. They got a great deal for Battlehawk fans. It's the Battlehawks box, which features 4 famous hand-breaded chicken strips, an order of potato wedges. I'm going to say that again, potato wedges. Thick cuts of potato. It's really good stuff, not these weak little fries some places give. No, thick potatoes. You get 2 dipping sauces. And then a code valid for up to 30% off Battlehawks tickets, which means tickets start at just $14. $8.99 for the Battlehawks box. You want to add a drink? Just add $1 and you can wash it all down. So get game day ready with a Battlehawks box for just $8.99 at any of the 15 St. Louis area Lee's Famous Recipe chicken locations. And remember, the caw is the law. This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues back in action tonight. Game 5 right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 7:30. Puck drops at 8:30. There's another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
No, Doug, do you want it? Do you want the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today? The final one for the month of April?
Okay.
Let's do it. Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Happy Wednesday, lads. Dougie got nominated for Manager of the Month with his lineup card of callers this morning. The leadoff man decided up Chuck and then give his weather report for Cincinnati. The 2-hole barge worker turns out to be a Branch Davidian forcing kids to speak into the phone. Is that something David Koresh did? I
don't remember that part, no.
Then we got the big hog swinging Dan Jansen, who instead of offering tickets or looping service, decides to call out the granddaddy of them all, Buck Swope. Looking forward to recapping Dan's side of the story on the Dads and Driveways podcast tonight. Cheers. That's from my cousin, Vinny.
My cousin, Vinny.
I guess I'll take a practice swing here to get ready for the new month. Hey, Doug, thank you for helping me set up my goon shack last weekend.
What?
I knew you were talented, but I didn't know you could swing a hammer like that. I really enjoyed how you seductively removed your shirt when you started to break a sweat. To repay you for your work, I will let you try out the goon shack for free a time or two. How do you do? That's from Joey Vitale's Face Dong.
I'll be darned. Joey Vitale's Face Gong.
Well, my time as the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month is officially over. I've tried to serve you well. Most of all, I hope Tim is proud of me.
Oh.
As the calendar turns to May, I'm facing a bit of a dilemma. We all know Friday night's Blues game is Sundress Central, but I can't decide between my hot pink shirt or my light blue dress. Should I wear a halter top and high heels or something a bit sluttier? I really want to wear something low cut so people can see the Grit logo tattooed on my chest.
Oh, God.
One thing is certain, Hellebuck won't be able to concentrate on the puck because I'll be pressing my Perky C-cups against the glass to distract him. I hate to interrupt your riveting conversation about Lin-Manuel Miranda, but I really need to share this fun fact. Every time I look at Doug, the actor who played Marshall Falk and my loved one have something in common. They're both chubby. Let's go Blues. That's from March 2025 Lister of the Month, the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
And now Buck Swope has issued a response.
A hush.
To Dan Jansen.
Falls in the crowd.
Pop quiz, hotshot. You're an older gentleman who's repeatedly called into a radio show to make a breathy, long-winded pitch to hang out with the host, first inviting the boy producer. Is that what they call him, the boy producer?
I think so.
The boy producer, less than half your age, to hang out with a bunch of older men he doesn't know, to load it up an all-inclusive section of an empty stadium, then more recently calling back in and getting Jim Carrey and Cable Guy level creepy by offering to caddy a charity golf scramble that Tim is playing with his father and his son. You are then roasted in a winning email today that compares you to a fictional serial killer. What do you do? What do you do?
Oh.
Do you take the hint that maybe these calls aren't going over as well as you thought they were going to go over when you were waiting on hold for hours and stopped calling in? Does it occur to you that you come off like the guy who called in to Francesa to see if he could come into the studio and meet him? No, you call back in days later. You sit on hold listening to Pestis butcher his own lame baby shtick that he can't keep straight, and a 57-year-old barge worker incoherently giggling through his call because his 6-year-old son is pinching him with his plushie. And then finally, it's your turn to demonstrate why you're the worst caller of the year. Not since Jimmy the Bull called back in to accuse the Shrewsbury Seminary student of playing little tee-hee boy games, as the phrase, quote, his lawyers didn't want him on the stand, been more applicable. Give this this geriatric dweeb listener of the month before anyone ends up kidnapped in the bottom of a well. Kids suck. Let's go Blues. That's from Buck Swope, and that's what we have.
Buck
for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Doug, what you got?
Buck put a lot of effort in that one, so I'm going to say Buck Swope.
I like the Goon Shack idea. I'm going Joey Vitelli's face dong.
I'm also on the face dong.
Wow, I went Buck Swope, and in that situation, I have the deciding vote. That means Buck Swope has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. We got to go. Bye.